in August. I hope it's okay. I took a draft of your ordinance and sent that to both councils so they can look at it, review, consider it. We're all dealing with the same issues. Yeah, with that. Back to the citizen concerns. I know Ms. Weber is not here tonight, but we did put the dynamic speed board on South Fremont, and she actually texted me twice to thank me. We had some extra patrol in the area too, so we will relay the speed bumps to now. We know if there's other citizens concerns that come in like that, we can speed radar sign. I do know we had a request out in Daniel, and it's been there for the last couple of weeks just to try to keep people slowing down to the city, the city speed limit there in Daniel on 189. Other than that, I mean, you've seen the law enforcement report. Incidents where calls for service were up. That's typical with the July festivities. Everything else went really well. I didn't get any backdraft from the generators for the food vendors.
Not me this year. I did not have to take that 2:30 in the morning call.
Took the steps to call and make sure that they were calibrated to the specs. Yeah, thanks for doing that. And I don't have nothing in the report really jumps out other than the recent vandalism that I already discussed. So unless there's any questions.
I think I ask this every year. Was it up or down from year to year with the rendezvous and all the I mean, I know you said it's up month to month, but year to year, was it up or down?
As far as
rendezvous incidents?
No, actually, we were down this year as far as
from last year.
It was the rest of the county.
I had heard that. I just wanted to, get it straight from you. So
our calls for service were outside of the town of Pinedale, which is
great.
And even with the baseball tournament going on, we had a couple calls.
That's extraordinary.
A couple calls out there, but other than that, the street dances went fine. Both concerts. That Friday, Saturday night at Stockman's, really, not a whole lot of issues. So awesome. Yeah. So that was pleasant. Yeah. Thanks for asking.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your service. Any other questions from council?
Just a comment. You were talking about the speed sign coming into Daniel. So I came through there and noticed that, it picks you up way early. But I think that's really good because it's got the red and blue lights. And like even the kids in my vehicle are like, oh, I think that somebody got pulled over. And that worked so well. Everybody was slowing down. It was nice.
It catches you, the red and blue lights. Like you said, way before you even hit the speed limit change, those go off. And so it just, instinct people, take the foot off the gas to start that slowing.
It almost seems like it'd be worth putting those more permanently in locations that pick up, people that need to be slowing down to enter a town because they do really get your attention with the red and blue lights.
Yeah, and I think we have the capabilities of changing our permanent mounted ones in town too, that we could, instead of just the flashing speed limit, we could actually put red and blue lights as well. So
I'd be curious to see if that makes a big change.
And that's and we also get, that's data that we can go back and look at too, basis for working. So I'll do that.
I'd like to see how it. Maybe then you can report if it makes any differences. I'm guessing those signs keep data and you can tell.
Yeah, we downloaded. Yeah, that gives us, the percentage, how many people, miles per hour, how many vehicles. Yeah. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. Next item, I'm going to go ahead and declare this now a public hearing for the purpose of discussing the vacant town council seat. We are going to hold an interview with this singular applicant, Mr. Wells. Welcome. And then we will have a executive session to discuss amongst ourselves. We'll come back. We will take action on that. And if Mr. Wells is selected, then there is an empty chair up here and you're welcome to join us. So if you're not selected, then I guess you can leave it. All right. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Brian, and just stand up here. And I know I have a couple of questions. We have your letter here. I'll let council ask any questions that they feel, and then we'll go ahead and take our votes. So go for it. Thanks for applying, by the way.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, Town Council, my name is Ryan Wells. Most of you know me. I'd be interested in serving on Town Council. There's a vacancy, and I know that there's a lot of work that goes into it, and I appreciate the work that you guys do. I've seen it firsthand for a while now, and so I realize the amount of work that is expected. And I do care a lot about the town. I care a lot about the future of the town. That's why I'm going to put in the work. So, have any questions for me?
You got it. Yeah.
If you've got questions, you can go ahead and lead, and we'll chime in.
I always come up with a couple of questions. I guess so. Besides, I think it's good. Why do you want to serve on the town council, and what do you believe the council's primary role is?
Well, like I said, I care about the town, care about the future of the town. And so that's the primary reason why. I know that I have experience with the town planning and zoning. And so, and the way the town has functioned in that capacity, I do have experience. And so I kind of know what I'm getting into. And so, yeah. And, I guess just being a citizen, I feel it's important to be involved in the things that I participate.
Right. What do you see as 2 or 3 of the most important issues currently facing Pinedale over the next couple of years?
Well, you could have given me these questions before.
I can look, but it wouldn't be any fun. I mean, some of us have done this before.
I was gonna say,
I feel like
been here, done
that.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, hey, you know.
And I got grilled pretty good, so
That's
you
true.
see nothing.
I feel like this mayor is being much nicer.
Yeah, that other mayor.
2 or 3 issues. Just, I mean, and obviously we're not going to hold it to you. We're just curious to what you're thinking.
Well, planning and zoning, I'm very passionate about planning and zoning, and I think it matters a lot. And planning and zoning affects many of the other hot button issues like affordable housing or data centers or all these things, and inevitably how the town is shaped for permanent development is permanent, and so it matters. And so I'm passionate about planning and zoning. And so I would say that would be the number one thing. And then I think number 2, protecting the things that we do have. I think this is a desirable place to live for many reasons. I have chosen to live here, to move here, to raise my 5 kids here for a reason, because it's a desirable place. So these are the things that I recognize and I want to protect. So I guess that would be 2.
Great. Thank you. Anybody want to add? I will just, I mean, you operate as a surveyor, so I think it's worthwhile because I think there are going to be moments where you're going to have to exclude yourself from a vote. And I'm just, since you operated as a surveyor for private clients, engineers, and sometimes the town, how would you handle situations where a matter for the council would involve one of your clients or your own work? Kind of give you the answer. But
yeah, obviously I would recuse myself for those situations that you have to provide any insight or input. But when it comes to voting or those things, it would be required, necessary to recuse myself for, and let my clients know beforehand that this is where I am and what I'm currently doing. So I think open communication both ways needs to be.
Okay. And then my last question is, what qualities do you think make an effective council member? What strengths and weaknesses?
I would think being dependable, being willing to put in the work, and then I think being familiar with the issues. I'd say those are the most important qualities.
Okay. That's all I prepared. You guys have any questions for us?
You covered the one I was, I'll be forthright. I'm very concerned.
Well, I'm like
I
you.
know, right?
That's a good quality of a council member, by the way, being forthright. It's a good
Well,
one.
and I debated whether to bring anything up because I really do think you bring great things to the table. My concern is the conflict of interest because you are so involved with so much that the town is doing now, and you're involved in several projects that the town is paying for. And because, you've got a motivation to play nice with developers. And so my concern is, how you're going to manage that. Where's the priority for you, I guess would be the question is, if you're serving on the town council, how do you balance that with the legitimate concern of your business? Because I don't necessarily think it's right, for the council to expect you to do something that's going to harm your own business. But at the same time, I'm concerned that there's going to be a lot of bleed over. And so that's where my concern is.
Yeah, fair enough. I would say, yes, I am involved with some of the town's projects, more from a tertiary level of being a sub-consultant to the engineers, designers. So for example, the town of Pinedale connectivity project that Ardura designed, I did a lot of the surveying for that. Also for the hangar project, I did some surveying for that, right? And those things, I don't feel like, I mean, maybe there could be a conflict of interest if I was to retroactively be a council member when I took those positions, but maybe not. It'd be something we'd have to discuss case by case. But honestly, most of my work at Gannett Peak Surveying has not been Suffolk County. I would say 95% not in Suffolk County.
Do you have any ongoing projects where you're receiving funds that originated with the town?
I do. I'm currently working for House and Engineering on the boundary adjustment project up by the hospital. So it's really in the final stages. We need to finish that and record maps. And then just recently finished an easement for the town on the Mountain Power, 3-phase power over to the airport hangar. Other than that, I don't think I'm missing anything.
I don't have any signed contract guaranteed as far as sub-consultants. I don't think so.
And then moving forward, would you abstain from doing those types of jobs as if you're a town council person?
Well, potentially, I would say it just has to be case by case, right? I don't think it necessarily, I don't think I would necessarily have to not do the job if I abstained from the vote, right? Or vice versa. Like, I have to be one or the other. Obviously, I couldn't vote on my own contract. But
I'll jump in and I'll just think that, in my opinion, if you were the owner of Standard Plumbing, and we were writing checks, we were buying certain things from you at that point, maybe you would abstain from that vote because there's obviously a direct benefit to you that comes from that vote. But I think if we were to hire Mr. Wells to do surveying for like the hospital and the rezone that we're doing, I don't think there's necessarily a conflict per se. Now the conflict would come, like for example, if there's a developer who wanted to do an easement, I think at that point you would abstain from the discussion, abstain from the vote, just because I think at that point your client needs to know that you're going to present their case. Otherwise they wouldn't hire you, right? But I think from that point, that's, but I mean, Ed, all you can make a decision as well, because I feel like
my view would be if it comes to providing professional service to the town, the vote, he abstains from the vote, or for that matter, also abstains from the discussion. There's no conflict. If it comes to a project where there's an advocacy to be presented on behalf of the client, he should abstain from both of those. Not that he shouldn't take on the project, but he could not present it to council or vote on the council or lobby on behalf of it.
Right.
As I told council when I became town attorney, and told it numerous times, over the 40 plus years I've been in practice, I've represented probably half the people that were in Sublette County that at least have been here for the last 10 years. No, that doesn't mean they all like me sometimes. But you have to just be forthright and forthcoming and make sure that there's not the appearance of impropriety, but that doesn't mean that having a contract client in the town necessarily is a conflict per se.
I mean, I would be very clear, like, for example, we're having a discussion of where the lock line should fall for the hospital discussion. I feel like, you know, if I had an opinion and Ryan, who was serving it, had said, oh, I really think it should go here because this reason, because when I was up there, I would want him to express that opinion because I don't think that's going to be a conflict with the town. But somebody who's actually doing the surveying might say, this is some knowledge that I have that I don't have. So just to be clear, I think, you know, and we're usually really good about that, just so you're aware and you probably have seen it. Like if we all feel like, I mean, there's been a number of times where Councilman has recused.
I've asked multiple times.
Right. Hey, I'm going to be the one doing. So, you know, you may not vote on the bills that month, for example. It's the kind of thing where we just have an extension. Or Councilman Loftus has done the same thing multiple times. So,
well, and I want to clarify too why this comes to mind is because we were doing the selection committee for, I think it was the Pathway Project, and one of the things that made me score things the way they did was because you were on that project and I knew do good work. And so I just want to make sure that we're careful not to appear to have favoritism, you know, when we select, like, for instance, you were part of that application. I chose that one because of that, because I've worked a lot with you with planning and zoning. I think you do a great job. So, you know, please understand this is not a personal thing at all. I want to make sure that everything is above board and that we don't get accused of playing favorites.
Just err on the side of caution.
Yeah. And my other concern is, like, if you have the potential for working with a developer, and I mean, tonight's a good example. We've got a developer here asking for an extension. I would just want to make sure that the potential to work with a person in the future isn't part of your decision.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want it to be harmed or helped. And I don't want that to be what makes you decide a certain way, which I'm not meaning to accuse you of not having a good character. So it's just not a very, you know, polite, comfortable way to express that. But those are concerns that came to my mind, and I felt like it was important to address.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you for doing that. That is very important. And I do want to be very, very careful about that. And ultimately, like I said at the beginning, I'm very passionate about planning and zoning and having things done right. It's permanent. And I think you've seen that working together for 6 years.
Definitely.
And so, yeah, I think that, yes, there's a way to communicate effectively what needs to be done and still be able to maintain relationships, you know, without being holding grudges and stuff. So,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing those.
I do have a question. How long have you been in planning and zoning?
For 2 terms.
2 terms? Okay.
6 years.
All right, and don't we have a council person?
Go up. That'll be an interesting, yeah.
So, yeah, we have handled many conflicts within the planning and zoning world too, where I've submitted applications, right? And instead of sitting there.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's good. I think the difference I see between those is that the planning and zoning is making a recommendation, whereas the town council makes the final decision. And so to me, it's just that next step up that gets a little messy.
Yeah.
But I do want to state for everybody that he has handled everything very professionally and above board with planning and zoning.
Good. Any further questions? So Ed, this is a 4-year appointment, correct? He serves out the term? Or is it
The
2?
next election?
2 because
Until the next election.
Next.
That's right. I was getting confused on. Or fulfilling or sunset. You get to run 2 years. And then at that point, you just run and be elected for a 2-year term. Yeah.
Well, I think he can select which term he wants to run for at that On the ballot, there'll be a 2-year and 2 4-year terms.
Maureen says no.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah. All right. Well, I would take a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of personnel. That's what we call what we're talking about ourselves, just FYI.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Swafford, second by Councilwoman Boyce to go into executive session for the purposes of discussing personnel. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We will retire and be back in 5 or 30 minutes. Don't know.
Or somewhere in between.
Okay, somewhere.
I don't want to miss that 5-minute deadline.
Mr. Mayor,
Please, Ed, come on. And Maureen might hold.
this year.
Gotcha.
I make a motion, we come back into open meeting.
And moved.
I'll second.
So moved by Councilman Loftus, seconded by Councilman Swafford to come back into open meeting at whatever time it is. 5:52. I forgot to pause this thing too. Whoever listens is gonna have a great one. All right.
Sorry, 20 minutes.
Back into open meeting. I will entertain a motion now, please.
I move that we accept the application of Ryan Wells to the town council seat.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Loftus, seconded by Councilman Swafford to appoint Ryan Wells to the vacant town council seat for a term of 2 years. We did have that discussion back there, so we'll try to figure that out. He gets to run again. The next election will be two for for 2 years, and I think that's the motion. Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Congratulations, Mr. Wells. Next item on the agenda will be your swearing in, which the town clerk will do. So if you please stand and we'll swear you in, and then you're welcome to have a seat. Loudly.
I, Ryan, do solemnly swear
I, Ryan Wells, do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
that I have not knowingly violated any law
that I have not knowingly violated any law
related to my appointment or constituted by others,
related to my appointment or caused to be done by others,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Thank you.
Councilman Wells, you are welcome to come and grab a seat. We will, unless you want to arm wrestle with somebody else, we're going to give you council seat this whole season. Now, this is going to,
Oh, for the PNC.
We still
Nice. Wait,
now be aware that if there's an active shooter, you're the one at most risk at that point in time.
I can hide.
Okay. I don't know what you're going to hide behind, Kara.
Not a lot of protection over here.
We didn't bulletproof this thing yet? Nope. Oh, okay, cool.
I think I got a big metal thing in front of me, whether it is stop it or not. Thank you for attending, Sheriff. All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our simple one. It's just our consent agenda. Real quick, consent agenda is the 205 Entertainment Lane roof repair. We got a quote that's just exceeded mine to repair a couple of leaks on this building for $11,400. We have LCR customer discount. This is for a couple of the people who participated in the lead and copper sampling, salt purchase for the water treatment, and airport mowing contract. We have been actively advertising for a position for somebody to work out at the airport and have not. And so we need the airport mowed. And so we are just going to go ahead and work with JB again. He's done it in the past, and it's for $4,200. If everybody's comfortable, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I noticed on the discount,
Thank you.
the copper treatment, there's a blank, and you need to fill that in.
Oh, you're right.
Mr. Mayor, if you see in the packet, the letter indicates that our past years have always been $15. And with the discounts given, does the council want to increase it? Then I would recommend pull it out. It's
2026.
Leave it at $15. And you can
15?
approve it.
Clerk says 15. She's watching the budget.
Not too much discount.
All right, everybody get a $15 discount?
Yeah.
Great. All right, can I have a motion? And this will include that the discount on item G2 will be for $15. Did you make a motion?
No, I didn't know if our new council member was gonna want to make the minutes officially.
Would you like to make this motion, Councilman Wells?
Yeah, let me find the page. What page are you on?
30.
Well,
I'm on page 30 on my PDF.
yeah, the consent agenda is, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It is.
at
Yeah,
one hole.
just make a motion to accept the consent agenda as published.
I will make a motion to accept the consent agenda as published.
There you go.
Second.
All right. Moved by Councilman Wells, sorry, second by Councilwoman Boyd. I got it.
He's gonna get it wrong.
I told you, it's going to take me a while. There's me a 5-0 vote, maybe. All right. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda with a $15 discount for the lead and copper customer discount. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed. Motion carries 5-0. All right, next item, other town business. First is the temporary use permit submitted by the Reflection of the Winds for the Wind River Art Festival. See Delsa sitting here, from 12 on September 11th to 12 on September 13th. This is pretty straightforward. Do you want to stand? You've been sitting here.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, just tell us all about it for a minute. Just take a minute. This is your moment of fame here.
Yes, moment of fame. So it's a vision at this point to open it up to a 2-day juror art fair that will lead off the weekend for Brewfest. I've visited with Carrie already. She's on board. We're going to collaborate, work together, and hopefully we can make this a great event. 2 months away. It might not be a whole lot this year, but I've got future plans to hope it grows. So.
Very nice.
By the way, she used the new online permitting portal to perfection.
Good. I was hoping it was.
Well done. However, there are some red sections.
There's some red on top.
So I think in the future, I know, in the future, it needs to be somehow we need to I don't know how you want to do this because at some point I'm seeing that for those of insurance, for example.
Making it editable by staff.
Okay.
Enter a PIDN number or something or a zone that they don't know about.
Or maybe, can I make the suggestion on a compliance summary? I don't know if this is a pain on the right-hand side or the left-hand side. Could you just have a green check mark or a red X? And maybe it says staff and that way. So even though I'm looking at the application details of essentially 80% complete, I'm just asking.
Say NA or looks good or.
But it's not included in the top 3 bars. Yeah.
The other thing I noticed too is that there's reference in the application details to a map with a aerial view circled in pink, and there's no map.
I was going to ask you if that went through. It looked like it did on my end, but.
It's more about the process and less about your.
We're so excited about what you're doing.
I just realized I was like, oh no. Yeah.
No, it's actually really.
Well, it's private.
But it's obviously not in the download.
I will say this is exciting because we are getting this done and I know it's going statewide as well. So I've been handling a lot of questions on this particular topic statewide. So
you mean
for Blue Blade?
Okay. I was like, man, yeah, let's do that.
Just to clarify, you have the map, it just didn't make it to us.
Yes.
So maybe that's something just to notice in the future.
Yeah. So obviously we didn't download it and pick it in there. So there's just little things on our end, but and also this may have been run before I put my comments in there. Because I did follow where the little red X's are. I commented all of those not applicable, not and put my initials on all of them.
Actually, there's no comments.
Does that push it green?
It will not.
Okay, so we're always going to see that.
No, it's going to change probably.
No, you see the red still because we shouldn't change it from red. We just should say it's not applicable or overridden because or whatever.
They should read a not applicable should not be a color code.
Yeah, that's what I was suggest if Blue Blade can add a section where you can mark not applicable and then it marks it blue or something so we know not to pay attention to that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think right now, let's just like I said, maybe there's just a way where you could literally just insert a green check mark in there afterwards.
We cannot do that.
No, I'm literally on the PDF. I don't feel that. I'm just that or else next time something like this. Next time something like this is presented, Kelsey or Maureen, you could just say, this is reviewed and even though it's displaying red, we have approved it. Something clear like that.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Yeah, well, that's good.
I move that we approve the temporary use permit submitted by Reflection of the Winds for the Wind River Art Fest from noon on, or 12 p.m. That's noon on September 11th to noon on September 13th.
And did it make sense how I hope with what I did? My permit time is longer than the actual event time. just because it's set up and tear down.
Yeah,
You did great.
I hope it makes sense. I hope it works out.
Makes sense.
I'm hoping vendors will stay open and then be comfortable leaving their stuff and can tear down Sunday morning. Was my reason for including half a day Sunday.
Well, that's where I wonder, should our motion be from 6 a.m.
Fridays, 6 a.m. Friday
through
to
Sunday at noon?
Yes.
I will so amend if as needed, I guess.
Why are we doing 6 a.m. on September 7th?
That's when I want to start.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, so we do need to add more time to it.
But the event officially starts at 12.
Okay, yeah, I will, I'll amend my motion to be 6 a.m.
And I'll second the amendment.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Swampert, second by Councilman Loftus, to approve the temporary use permit submitted by the Reflection of the Winds for the Wind River Art Festival from 6 a.m. on Friday, September 11th to 12 p.m. on Sunday, September 13th.
Okay.
Got it? Okay.
So then,
Hold on.
the only thing I wasn't sure on is the permit fees, because there were two different permits, how that, like what my total is going to be. So I guess we just email it tomorrow and we'll get that straight out. Yeah.
Well, issue it tomorrow pending payment. So there's payment in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can be here tomorrow.
Yes.
And then I've got insurance lined up and ready, so we're going to move forward then with it. Spread the word, please.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, the next item is the Pronghorn Crossing substantial construction completion discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Forster, come on up here. Yes, sir.
Jason is on his way. He's not here yet. Should we hold off on those two topics?
Yeah. Yeah, we can, that's fine. Is the council okay with that? Yeah, okay, we'll just keep on going.
So down to 4.
We'll jump over to 4, Suffolk County pathways and the town limits. So this is a discussion that's going state within the county. It's been back and forth. Dennis, were you involved in it when it first started or no? I guess that was before, after you left, okay. So the county is now considering again, is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, in this discussion, we had to.
Yep. To go ahead and repair all the current pathways that are within the town limits. And then they would essentially hand them over to the town of Pinedale. And then from then on, we would be responsible for the maintenance. Now, we have been helping, we haven't been doing the maintenance itself. We've been doing some of the cleanup already on some of these trails. They're planning to spend, what'd you say, about $1.5 million, I think. So I think it's a great idea. There are pathways that are in the town. It makes it much cleaner. We're essentially giving capital. We're being given infrastructure, and they've consulted us on how to do the repairs. We've inputted. So this will mean, to be very clear, we are going to be expanding the amount of pathway that has to be maintained by the town of Pinedale. But I think for the sake of the matter, everybody consider these town pathways, it seems to be clean. So any questions Abe and I can answer? Or do you want to say anything that I did not say?
I think you did a great job on the subject, just the process, what staff will need, kind of with the review or what, how we would proceed through this. I would like to read the plans again.
Yeah, this is not a final vote. This is us saying, well, we're going to nod ahead. I suspect, Ed, I told Abe that you would probably want us to make a motion to proceed with this discussion. Yeah, but this is not the final acceptance of it, to be very clear.
So the county commissioners have given the authorization to Rio Verde to basically bid out this project. I think they wanted to see it constructed this year, but I think at the last meeting, it was pretty clear to American team that let's get the plans put together, let's bid it out so we can do the 2027 construction. But I think the county commissioners would like some reassurance that this is the plan from the town of Pinedale. So what I would like to do as staff is review the plan set, make sure there's no new tree growing through the pathway that wasn't there 2 years ago. Make sure the plan set is appropriate. If the plan set's appropriate, we'll bring it back to town council where you guys can approve the plan set that if they were repaired to these conditions and accepted by the town of Pinedale, that we would adopt another formal MOU with Subway County, which most of these exist. There is a bit of easement work that may need to be done. I'll have to discuss that with Ed and Clayton. I think most of these exist in either town or highway department right away. But there are portions of it that we gotta make sure the easements go with the pathway. But certainly at the execution of that MOU and completion of the work, the town would accept the public operated by the town. So that's the process. If that's the process you guys are willing to go through, I will start our next meeting. We'll always start time reviewing plan sets if the council's changed their mind.
Questions?
Is the end point of the skyline portion end where our town property is?
Our portion, yes.
Yes. Up right at the top of the.
Right where our star is.
Okay.
On page 63. Not a star, something.
Oh, I can present. I can try to.
I mean, I'm in favor of it. I was in favor of it from the beginning, especially if they're still in favor of it. I can't actually remember why it fell by the wayside 2 years ago.
I mean, the whole subject started because Suffolk County Rec Board had built a lot of these pathways. Maintenance was never really hard.
I thought, yeah.
And there was really no one responsible for anything. So county and town Pinedale, town Arlington, and town Big Piney all sat down in a room a couple of years ago, discussed what would make this a reliable infrastructure system in the future. And all the towns said that if these kind of were built to a reasonable standard, that the towns could maintain in town limits and the county would maintain everything outside of municipal boundaries within the county. So all 3 towns and the county, that was kind of the agreement. I think the cost estimates came back to the county commissioners 2 years ago. And I think they were going to shell shock the project back into that.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just been putting it in the bottom of the pile over and over again, and finally it's the top of it again. So we are back to the process.
We are the champions for pathways these days.
Has the county been responsible for clearing snow on those in the past, or have we been doing that?
It's mix and match. So a few years ago, the town started plowing down off the hill behind the school in exchange for the rec board was doing a cross-country ski trail grooming around the baseball fields. That happened for a couple of years. Outside of that, some of these don't do good time limits at all. They're just a pile of snow. So with us adopting them, they would all get some form of maintenance pathway that are kind of on our lower end of priority. So
Are we going to need more equipment?
we have a second vent track in the budget for this year because we're already expecting just to make sure it's redundant and move it, but having 2 of those will help keep us open.
So do you need a motion then to?
I'd like a motion to proceed.
I got one quick question. Are these going to be the same level of pathways that we're doing with the other ones? So all connectivity with same width, all that?
Generally,
I can't remember.
Plus or minus, but they shall be 8 to 10 feet in width. A lot of these, what's really going on is either erosion off the side or like trees growing up through them. So putting root guard, removing trees that are under the pathway, repaving those sections is kind of what's in the plans. And where it's kind of rallying and compare to that. So they should be 8-foot wide pathways and how to get over the existing system.
Yeah, but it wants to be, like you said, build the shoulders up on the parts where it's unraveling, repave those, it's real substantial cracking, we'll tear that out and pave it. And where the roots are, we're going to stuff those out, kill the roots, put them guard in.
That's all you can do. Yeah. Take down trees for the pathway.
Oh, I don't want to tear out the whole pathway and then, but yeah, it's just too much, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's gonna be a lot better than it was, so.
And to be clear, inside of that map, the ones that are blue primarily are owned and operated by the town now.
I know, that's why I was like looking at it, I was like, wait a second, that's our pathway.
The Pinedale Elementary School West Trail, certainly lands should be blue. There might need to be another color that shows those other blue ones, but this guy up here is definitely a county pathway now that would become ours, but the rest of the blue ones are already ours. It's the yellow ones that is the primary
Yeah, these are just the paths that were kind of, nobody knew who owned them, and what kind of shape they were in, so it was just starting point to kind of classify what we're getting into.
Well, I think just to your point, Eric, is 2 years ago, we were having this discussion, and I think the overall discussion was, let's assess all the paths that we see, and then come back and assign, oh, that's the towns, that's the county. So I was grateful that the paths just got assessed. That was a good thing, so. All right, can I have a motion to go ahead and proceed with the discussions and review of this?
So moved. Second.
All right. Moved by Councilman Swafford, second by Councilman Wells to approve further staff work related to the plan review and MOU with Silver County for the adoption of bike paths located within the town of Pinedale municipal limits. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. All right. I'll go back to H2. I see Mr. Moya is in the house. All right, Abe, you want to go ahead and kick this off?
Mr. Mayor, Council, this was discussed a couple of meetings ago. Subdivision out near the elementary school. There were a few things, I'm not going to date all the way back in February was the last major motion made on this project, and that was to extend the bond for 6 months to August 20th. On that extension, there was a few things that happened. For one, the value of the bond was reduced from the original construction price to the remaining construction for Royal Family Homes. And then there was a substantial completion date put on July 1st. And substantial completion to me is kind of all major infrastructure for gutter, asphalt, et cetera. There's been a few delays, and you guys readdressed it in our last meeting to extend substantial completion to July 24th from Black Friday. The project certainly is not substantially complete at this point. I will say there's a schedule in front of you that shows how it gets done before the end of the bonding date. At least the major items of asphalt, concrete, stormwater, there's a few things in there. It's spelled out pretty clear. One of the items that I have to put in there as town staff is the project has to be fully complete because the bond covers completion of a subdivision. And I kind of included the email chain so you guys could see Mr. Moyes' concern. But tonight, there's really two things that have to take place from the council's perspective. The first one is just a review of the schedule of substantial completion, knowing that we have a current bond to August 20th, and consider the extension of the substantial completion date so that Mr. Moyes and his team can get this job done, and it's still within the bounds of what the council has approved. The second item is Mr. Moyes and his team have put in a request for bond extension regarding the sidewalks inside of the subdivision. And I'll just throw in there also the kind of last 100 foot of haystack, because that's something we have to take care of, but we can discuss that kind of here in a moment. But there's really two line items that need to be addressed tonight from the council's perspective. I think it'd be best to take care of substantial completion first and talk about any possible bond extensions. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor. So there are questions you may have. So.
Council, would you like to ask any questions of staff before we proceed to Flores and team?
I'm just a little bit unclear why we need another extension on this when the bond is good until the 20th.
So the motion that we have in place on the bond included a condition of substantial completion. That's why we extended substantial completion to July 24th. The purpose of that substantial completion was to make sure it got done well before the bonding date. Certainly, if Ed indicated otherwise, we wouldn't need a motion, but without it, I do feel like the conditions of the bond extension are not met.
So right now, the current condition is substantial completion by July 24th.
Correct.
So we need a motion to at least say August 20th, for example, or August.
You can make it the same day as the bonding date, if that's what you want.
I would prefer that it not be made the same day as the bonding date, because there needs to be some slack there. If everything comes push to shove, that we have some time frame to start pushing. The bond's going to expire and the completion date. You're up against it, if you don't know.
I would argue bond date should be within final completion, not substantial. completion.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if not the 20th, then what day, Mr. Wood?
Well, that, the,
Thursday, the 20th, just so we all know what days we're talking.
Typical in the construction world, either 1 to 2 weeks between substantial and final completion. It's pretty common.
I'd say a minimum of 1 week.
So final completion by the 13th would be now the motion to extend the, correct? Are you wanting to move substantial completion to the 13th? Fine.
I think that'd be okay. Final completion would have to be by the 20th. That's what the bond date
A
is.
substantial by the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so staff is recommending with Mr. Wood that we would then extend this to, we all kind of knew that there's stuff going on. I think Mr. Moyes and his team have been letting us know challenges with equipment and other things going on. So we would be then looking at a motion to have extending it to substantial completion by August 13th, which is all of about 2 weeks, 17 days.
2 and some change here.
Yeah. Council understand that? Mr. Moyes and team, I don't know if Farnstrom, you want to get up, but I'll let you speak to this now that we know what we're considering for the motion.
Okay, I think with this, we're working with Eric with Rivery and Jeff Bishop's also. The current project, we did have setbacks with our curb machine. We had an extensive amount of curb that had to be removed because of failures in that machine. And with that, we started rehand forming a bunch of that and currently have all of the curb gutter valley pans in place. This last week, started placing crushed base and bringing the road surfaces up to grade. They placed basically the remaining of the crushed base in Stacker Drive this morning. We should have that finished up probably tomorrow. We are then looking at the earliest possible date, which I don't know if will happen, would be Friday to start asphalt. If not, it will be Monday, Tuesday next week. Should not take a real long time to place asphalt. That should go over.
I know people I know how to put the asphalt down.
We are currently, we've got some excavation done for sidewalk on Buckford, which is one side of the school. The sidewalk and stuff along Bloomfield Avenue was completed with the exception of 2 handicap ramps on either side of Wrangler Way. I have all of the material for the handicap ramps, the little bumps and everything that is on site. We have all the signages ordered through Wyoming sites. So as soon as those show up, we will have this installed. We are working on sidewalk and stuff as we can and get going. We're working with the sidewalk through the existing paved areas, finishing concrete stuff there. As soon as the remainder of that stuff is paved, then we can keep working through the houses. First, we'll work through the houses and their driveways and such first, and fill in the concrete for the sidewalks. With that, I guess we could go through if you guys would like to hear of all of the mishaps that we had with our curb machine, but again, it doesn't really matter. We are where we are today, and we had to finish the project just by hand forming everything.
Yeah, it looks much better, by the way. So by turn there, you guys are doing a good job.
And we've worked this schedules and such out as far as when asphalt crew could get in there and stuff with teletractors, and we're all doing the best we can.
No, we understand. I mean, I think be very clear, and my position, which I've stated publicly a couple times, and I think as we all know, this is a project that has emails that come from different surrounding people, and people have their eyes on it. you have been facing an uphill battle on a lot of things. But as we've said, that, my position is we can't extend the bond, but we're working with you as hard as we can to get that substantial completion moved. So I'm comfortable with the movement of the substantial completion. But it does, it's got to be the true definition of substantial completion, which I think we all kind of know what that means. If we don't, then we should be rereading our code again.
Correct. And you guys are talking on the 13th. The 14th is Friday.
Yep.
Figuring by Friday for sure.
Would you be comfortable with Friday? I actually think Friday wouldn't be bad just because that gives them the full week.
If something blows up, it'll be work over the weekend. Might be easy.
So we're okay with the 14th. Yeah, I'm okay with the 14th.
So 14th is better than 13th. So
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm okay with that. We knew you were fighting uphill on a couple of things. That machine.
Yeah, when the machine goes down, when the control system goes down, the first 10 minutes it's running. It does not help.
What I was hearing that you had to like pull wiring out to make something else keep on going.
We took the back drive sensor and put it on the front drive.
Right.
Then reverse went out. So,
Abe, are we comfortable with that? So we can make the motion to extend the substantial completion to August 14th. Yes. I'm not making the motion yet. I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page, but please feel free to jump. No, you're good. Please just jump up.
okay, I think some of this stuff might blend into the next topic as well when we're talking about the sidewalk one. But I want to take a little bit of a step back maybe from when we talk about extending bonds versus substantial completion and final completion and that type of thing. And I would love for you all coming back to us in April or May when we were finally able to start working on this stuff and all the reasons why we haven't been able to. And I'm sure Jeff would talk about how his schedule's been perfect all year long because they've not run into any weather delays or anything. But I'm not putting any blame on you at all. I'm just saying the nature of what we do lends itself to delays in good situations. When we're in a smaller community with fewer resources and fewer backups when those resources aren't available or already pre-committed. When we lose a few days to weather, we don't just get to pick back up on Thursday because the person that was there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday already had Thursday scheduled. So we've lost that Thursday. It's not just we lost those 3 days and we pick back up. We could lose 2 weeks because we don't get that person back. And there's not another person in town that can do these things. So we have faced that continually. And we're sitting back here in February when we kind of had to twirl our thumbs because we couldn't pour concrete or pave or any of those things and wait for the time when not only us, but everybody else around was ready to do work. And we're all battling for precious resources, not just with labor, but time and weather and proper conditions and proper material. So my concern would be the sense I'm getting that there seems to be a push to hold the bond date for the sake of holding the bond date. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I'm trying to understand what compelling town interest has in making that bond executed on August 20th versus working with us who want to get it done even more than you, if you can believe that. And making sure that we hit that, because if we hit that on the 20th and the manhole aren't lifted or something's done, that work gets delayed months because you have to call the bond. It's exponentially further along down the road than if we took it till the 24th or whatever happened and had some flexibility in those things. You guys have been flexible along the way with us as we've had some of these delays that we've had along the way. My concern is and I'd love to hear, maybe it's my naivete, if there's something compelling that this town needs this done by the 20th. I know there's people that are scrutinizing this and probably sending some emails and some phone calls and making life uncomfortable. I understand that, believe me. But we want to get this done. We need to get this done. It costs us money just having that bond out there every day that we don't have this work done. And the work that we're talking about after substantial completion of concrete and asphalt, it's minor stuff. It's getting street signs installed, it's leveling out the rings for the manholes, but you run into problems. There's the supplier for those is in Idaho Falls. And sometimes they have them and sometimes they don't. And sometimes they have 3 of the 4 that you need. And sometimes then you run into rain on the day that you're supposed to set those. And you can't get it set today and you can't just set it tomorrow. Now you got to set it Thursday because the person that was supposed to do it tomorrow, like I said, can't get it there. So we've got extremely minor issues coming up between the paving and the 20th, the final completion. But there's only a week between those things, and experience tells us that between supplies, materials, weather, and labor, things that should take a few days can take a couple of weeks with no problem at all. So I guess that's the question I have, and it'll blend into the next conversation about the internal sidewalks. But that's a question / concern that I'm having. I agree with you all. Back in February, there was no way I thought this would take past June 1st, let alone July 1st. This is not the first subdivision I've done. I've never had issues like this come up. So we're learning along with you. I know this is one of the first subdivisions that's really tested these ordinances to see whether the timeframes and order and that is really even feasible. So we're trying to learn alongside with you guys. I just want to understand maybe some of those pressure points and why there's a stance on some of those things that there are.
Does anyone want to take it or don't want to take it?
I got a question. So when is it going to be done?
What now the same as it was in February. There's no way I see this taking past August 20th. But I didn't see it taking past June 1st, and I didn't see it taking past July 1st, and I didn't see it taking past July 24th. We have our schedule and it's completed before August 20th. But there's a lot that's outside of our control, and I hate having things outside of my control. That is, it's just a challenge that we face that we haven't faced before and we don't face elsewhere.
And I think the feeling that you're feeling from us, that you brought up, that you were compelled to come up and bring up, were what you just laid out right there. It was June 1st, and then it's July, and then it's July 24th, and then it's July 27th meeting. We've got I think that is where we're feeling a little bit like, well, are we going to get it done? And I think that's where Councilman, not to put words in your mouth, but I think that's where his sentiment's coming from there. And so if roles were reversed here at some point, where do you just be like, all right, that's enough? I feel like that's kind of the vibe is like, okay, well, we want to see it done too. Don't think that we don't as a group. I'll speak for them. I think the whole council wants it done. But it does feel like every time you guys are coming in, hey, can we get more time? Can we get more time? Can we get more time? Well, you understand at some point there is a limit to that forgiveness or understanding, I guess. And I think that's maybe I would like to see this just get done and it be done and it not have to be a big deal anymore. But we are getting closer, unfortunately, to that place to where it's kind of becoming a big deal. Not just from the emails or the public, but we have ordinances, we have rules in place. We've been dealing our staff time that we've been devoting to this topic. It's not done yet. I mean, at the end of the day, right? And that's where we're sitting, looking at we've got one more council meeting till the 20th hits, and then we have a council meeting right after that.
Correct. I also understand that point. I've been just as frustrated.
Fair.
When the curb machine is supposed to be delivered June 20th, and they ship all of our forms to Minnesota. That's a 2-week process to get forms back, and next week before the guy can deliver the machine. So we're past the middle of July already. We get stuff poured, we tear out concrete, machine breaks. So I meant the same thing, but again, as we've kind of stated here, there's things beyond our control, and concrete within the subdivision, curb and gutter within the subdivision. It's just fraught with problems. So.
And that's fair. And I think I'll, again, speak for the council a little bit. You guys cut me off if you don't feel the same sentiment. I think that we all consider ourselves rather understanding, especially to what you're pointing out.
Right.
But there's important dates coming up, you know, and that's the kicker is like, this is the third time we've moved this date.
Yeah.
At least. And that's when it's like, well, you know, is there going to be a fourth time? Is there going to be a fifth? Like you just.
And with this, we were working forward the best we can to finish this up.
I believe you. I'm not saying.
We stopped construction right now. We have residents out there that won't end up with the road right quite some time.
I think that's part of the question I'm trying to arrive at. I see several different things. If you have hired us to build a street for you and we're taking payment from you and we're telling you it's going to be done August 1st, and then August 1st, we're saying we need another month and another month. Yeah. And you're paying us, that I can understand. Okay. Those things. I guess that's maybe part of my question is in this scenario, which is, I think it's fairly new. I don't think there's been a lot of subdivision development under this ordinance really testing these timeframes for feasibility to this scale at least. And I guess my question is, what is the pressure or harm that the town is facing if we get done on August 20th versus September 20th? It's the town is not harmed by the financial guarantee. Well, that's not I understand that. Say you have a rolling 30-day financial guarantee, so that if we move to Brazil in the middle of the night, you guys could do this. But take that as it is. If this goes from August 20th to September 20th, that's I guess part of my question is we have a responsibility to our homeowners to get those streets in as quickly as possible. They're accessible. They can get to their houses. EMS can get there. It's safe. It's not a blacktop road. But the town, though, I guess maybe that's part of my question is we're not. Well, we demonstrated some of the issues, and you all know we all live in the same place. But it's not that the town is paying for something or for services that they're not getting. And we haven't turned in a product that you guys have paid for. It's the opposite. You guys don't take any responsibility for this until we turn it over to you. We plow it, we maintain it. We have all the responsibility, financial liability, and everything before we hand it over to you. And these deadlines, I understand. Possibly, I understand the reason for a deadline like this. I think my concern is. What is the harm in the flexibility of if we really do one at the same time? I think everyone would agree calling a bond in for any of this stuff is a disaster for everybody. And we don't want that. We don't want that for a number of reasons. You guys don't want that. The residents don't want that. Why is that the overarching?
Let's be clear, Mr. Moyes. I mean, this is a project that began clear back in February of 2023. And this has been a project that for 3.5 years has seen extension after extension and delay after delay. Oftentimes things that you and your team have brought to us saying, oh, we're having this problem, we're having this problem. Oh, we didn't know we need to do that, but we got to do that. So our staff has tried very hard to stay on time with you and keep you informed of all the things. This is a public contract with the people of Pinedale. You have stood before the people of Pinedale and said, we're going to get this done on this date. We're committing to this. You're using public streets. You've actually been building buildings and letting people move in even before you had building permits or things were allowed. So there's a lot of things where we've kind of said, okay, we're going to work with you guys and get some things done. So to be very clear, I understand there are circumstances outside of your control, but I would argue very strongly, sir, that there are circumstances that were under your control that could have been dealt with in the past 3 years that were not dealt with. I get that the machine went the wrong place. I'm going to tell you what I would have done. I can tell you what I have done. In the past, I would have said, my machine's in the wrong place. We're going to start hand doing these curb and gutters now until the machine gets here. Because I've got a deadline. I've got a bond that's going to come due. And maybe the machine arrives 2 weeks later and we can keep on going well and good. But I would have gotten some people out there and I would have started doing it because I would have said I've made a commitment publicly to get this done. and you didn't. Now I get equipment went to the wrong place, and that's well beyond your control, 100%. But there are things that have been under your control, and you and your team have stood here in front of us publicly and have said, we can get that done. And to Councilman Loftus's point, you're not. And now it's like, oh, we can get it done. I don't want to call this bond any more than anybody else in this room. We call this bond. It is a nightmare for us. It's a nightmare for you. The last thing we want to do is do that for multiple reasons, not to mention least of which is we're probably going to get an argument about it, and I don't want to do that. So, right? But at the same time, we are sitting here in a situation where I feel like you're looking at a council that has, frankly, been accused of being too lackadaisical with you and your team. And we've had that, and there are public commitments made. And so we have these codes, we have these laws. It's been 3 years. You can say, gee, we're getting things done and timeline that has never been tested. But I mean, I just went back into the agenda minutes of all the things that we've done for you. It goes all the way back to here. So I really don't want to sit here and point fingers at one another. That's not my point. But I do feel that from our side of the table, we've worked really hard to make extension after extension and bend, and I don't want to say bend, but allow you to get certain things done before other things. And so we've tried to work with that. We get working in Pinedale, Wyoming can be very difficult. Trust us. If anybody in this town knows that, the town of Pinedale knows that probably better than most, other than Lincoln County. So is there a benefit to the town of Pinedale? Well, one, you made the public commitment to do it. And so I feel like if we can't have an agreement where we say this is the date it's going to get done, then why do we even have agreements? So that's the one thing. I think we live by these codes, and these codes say that we're going to get things done in a certain time, and they don't get done. If they don't get done, there are consequences. Now, I am not inclined to extend this bond. And I think there are certain things like the sidewalks and the asphalt are all what we would call substantial and final completion of this subdivision. I can leave it to Abe if he says, moving the bond to X date instead of X date, and we're going to get it done. Okay, but are you going to come back in September and say, oh, we missed that, can we get this extended? I don't know. The problem is we've been here before, and I hate being here. And, we are responsible before the town of Pinedale and the citizens and the people in that neighborhood to make certain that people follow the rules. And when we don't follow the rules, we get penalized. Nobody ever gives us grace as a town. Like if we didn't do something for you, the town of Pinedale eats it. And that's citizen taxpayer, that's citizen land. So that's my challenge there. So, I mean, I know Councilwoman Boyce wants to say something as well, but I did want to address that. Is that this has been a 3-year project. And we've given you a lot of extensions and done a lot of things that say, hey, and frankly, I get that there are things outside your control, but sir, there were things that were in your control that could have gotten done. And so I don't know. I'm willing to let the council continue the discussion. But yeah, I'll pause there. You go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what I'm going to say too, because, and I made this comment last time when you guys were in here, that there are things that have been in your ability to do sooner. Like tonight, I hear you say the signs have been ordered. Why were the signs not ordered a year ago or months and months ago? You don't have them yet. You can't put them in because you don't have them. And so next time you'll come in and say, oh, we couldn't put them in because they aren't here yet. And that's where I'm frustrated with it. And I'm going to put this in a way that comes to my mind. It is not at all meant to be derogatory or it sound as bad as it might sound. But to me, it's like, I have 5 kids. And if I tell them your room has to be cleaned by noon and they don't have it cleaned, and I say, okay, fine, do it by 2. And it's not cleaned by 2. And I say, okay, fine, do it by 5. At some point, my timeline is completely meaningless and they have no motivation to meet that deadline. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at here, where, oh, we can just ask for another extension and it's going to be fine. And there doesn't seem to be any great pressure to just figure out a way to get it done. And so that's where I'm at. I'm not comfortable with an extension of any kind.
So Abe, because we're obviously right now talking about extending the substantial completion to the 14th. That's the item that right now we're talking. The next item is the bond extension. Abe, I know what your personal opinion is on this, and I know we can talk about Haystack because I think there's 100 feet on Haystack that, we can all agree that why redo this work twice, and I'm 100% agreeable on that. I don't mean to put you on the thing, but is there harm in rolling this extension over to the 20th, other than the fact, September 20th, other than the fact that we lose face?
So, Mr. Mayor,
I mean, just to be clear, it's not going to cost me any money.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Stack or Haystack. I have Haystack here. I'm saying.
Okay.
No, there's that one section, there's a 100-foot section that you should be doing, but
Yeah,
it's
you
going to have
guys-
to be taken up again when you go back and do something else.
You mentioned it today before you came up.
yeah, it's that we're going to be crossing the Barber Creek floodplain in the future. It's, don't know the type of cost.
That's right. We need the bridge there. Right.
The road grade can change.
Stacker. Well, is it Haystack or Stacker?
Stacker.
I have Haystack.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you guys said Haystack. Okay. Yeah. I had that written down.
Your question, if we were to follow on, obviously, Santa Maria is not getting any construction done this fall. That's construction season, it's impossible. All things aside, any litigation or any type of frustrations aside, just working with the bonding company, bidding process, et cetera, is going to take several months. In fact, the bonding company, they could decide on their own that the Santa Maria will not do that project. They will hire their own contractors to finish the project for Mr. Moore. So it can be a messy path going down the bond for completion. So I will stick to answer your question. Will we get construction done this construction? We will not. But that process is long enough. How long, if it doesn't, like how far do we kick it before we say, hey, this has to get done so that construction doesn't have a fire or the bonding company can happen set. I do not feel comfortable extending anything beyond this calendar year because the reason why this project cannot be completed in the remaining construction.
Is there any reason why we can't increase the bond?
So to increase the bond date-wise, to extend the bond,
No, the amount.
to increase the amount, our code does not allow. Our code allows for the cost of construction times 125%. So it's 25% over the age to approve that. Now we could request a renewed engineer's estimate, but the bond amount is fixed by our code. And the length of it is fixed also to a year that the county council may approve a bond in lieu of completion to get to final plat. So that's how they have final plat. It also says those improvements have to be completed a year. We are now 2.5 years past the initial bond.
I know. Yeah. Right. Exactly. And that's what I'm worried about. It's like, is the amount reflective of what we're talking about?
And we updated the bond in February, correct?
Well, we reduced it from 1.9 to 7.
Right. And we didn't increase it. We decreased.
Decreased.
Because of the water and sewer.
So, but you did increase the cost for the remaining items.
No, we do not, we approve an engineer's estimate. So our town engineer reviews the engineer's estimate, support it, make sure it aligns with industry average at the time of the bonding. And then that, once approved, is marked up at 125%. That's how we can do our That's very consistent.
But some of those unit costs that we had in the previous bond on the new one,
That may be the case, yes.
so yeah, the water wasn't on there because it was already done, but remaining items went up in unit price.
So each time, the town could renew a bond 20 years in a row. The town so desired, I wouldn't practice it, but each time the town renews a bond, there should be an up-to-date engineer's estimate that is reviewed by Matt Bowers from Nelson Engineering, who says this is in line with industry average. We mark it at 125%, and that is the bond. So for a bond to be extended, that's what would need to happen. And so the values would have to be checked by Matt. The bond would have to be extended, and the bonding company, I think, would have to agree to that.
The bonding company has to approve the extension.
That's what I was trying to get. We don't even, have we checked to see if the bonding company will
I have to assume they
execute
would.
that?
I have to assume they would. I can't say that for sure.
The bond amount is to ensure completion.
Yeah.
When the bond was extended the last time, the bond was adjusted because, as Abe said, a lot of the infrastructure had been done. A lot of the infrastructure had been done. That bond amount stays the same. That stays the same. So the town is more than protected for the ongoing improvements that aren't done. That's not an issue.
So I want to be clear, because I mean, I think what's important, I am not for extending this bond. I mean, I feel like we've had an agreement that hasn't been done. But to your point, Mr. Moyes, there's no harm, right? And I don't want this to be my feelings are hurt and how dare you disagree with what we agreed with, and therefore I'm going to punish you because of that. So I am willing to extend that for the sake of, because I just don't see any good coming out of it if we also call the bond for any of us. I'm willing to make that extension because of that, because I don't want it to be about my personality and how I feel like we're treated. It shouldn't be about that. But I do have to say, I really feel like there's been a lot of things that could have been done in a different way. So, I mean, right now we're just looking at changing the date on substantial completion as the current motion. The next action would be the extension of the bond, which is the request. I mean,
And Mr. Mayor, you do not need to approve an extension tonight.
that's what I was going to say. We can wait until the 10th. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to suggest, because again, I don't want my emotions and personality to get wrapped up in a decision, because if we could call the bond and then get the construction completed ourselves, then we should call the bond and be done with this. But if we call the bond and then we end up, because there's going to be a disagreement and Ed's going to be busy for a little while because of the disagreement, I expect. I mean, let's be honest, right? There's no harm. There's no good that comes out of this, except that now there's this hurt personalities and we have to spend time with attorneys, and I don't want to do that.
Well, I can reference to the last time the town pulled a bond was the town shop.
Yep.
And the bonding company stood up, and it went into litigation between the bonding company and contractor, and with the town tagging along. And after about a year and a half after that, we got a payment from the bonding company. We knocked down the walls of the town shop and built us another. But the intricacies there of getting the project done are not going to be sped up by calling bond. I can just guarantee.
I agree. I mean, that's why I'm like, what I'm trying to make clear is that I don't want this to be about my hurt feelings and the fact that we haven't done what's going to be said done. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, I'm going to disagree that there's not harm, because we've been here before. We've extended. We have another very large development potentially on the horizon. What's to make them hurry if we are just willing to keep extending? And I agreed with you, and those first few times that we have extended, but at some point you've got to say, we really do mean this. And of course it's inconvenient. Of course it's terrible for you. It's terrible for us. It's terrible for the people that live in that area. But that's always going to be the case if a bond has to be pulled. And if that's what we're trying to hold people to.
So I guess my question is, right? And this is where we get paid the big bucks, Councilman Wells.
Wait till you see that.
If we call the bond on August 20th and we spend a year and a half in litigation, this doesn't get done.
I agree. I know that.
And we spend lots of money on legal fees. We spend money on other things. And that you could argue there would actually be greater harm.
I don't disagree with that. And I do know what the consequence really looks like. So, but my concern is that, we basically have zero power if we keep extending.
I think from my perspective, this is if we have this discussion, it'll be an extension discussion on August 10th at that next council meeting, which we can see where you are. And hopefully you're at that point where we don't even have to have this discussion. Yeah. But my problem is I don't disagree. I am 150% in your camp. I am sick of it. I get tired because if we also say, well, it doesn't matter. We did this for Moyes. So the next person comes in, well, you did it for Moyes. Why aren't you doing it for us? And it's going to be a consistent thing. But the problem is there's no good that happens if we call this bond on August 20th.
I agree, but we may as well not have deadlines if we're just going to keep extending.
Well, and that's another discussion. But Councilman,
I was just going to point that he had a comment.
I want to high tone in words, maybe don't believe what I'm about to say, but it's true. I'm assuming everyone in this room, as much as we seem to be arguing about stuff, everyone in this room wants the exact same thing. In fact, I'd argue nobody wants this done faster than Dennis and I do. It doesn't appear like that, and I know the schedule. I also know I've done a lot of these, and I also know that these things happen and these take delays. I haven't done it in a place that has white stuff on the ground for as long as we have it on the ground here sometimes, which does present some other challenges. But we all want the same thing. I do not want this to go past August 20th at all. What I am saying is, in the interest of everybody, to have the idea of we are done August 20th, it doesn't create more pressure for us in terms of, it doesn't create more incentive for us of, hey, we should really get to work on this. My argument is probably the same as what you guys are battling with, is this is going to be a big problem to the city if you have to call the bond, if this gets drug out. But all I have to say is, I just want to be clear. We're not arguing about what needs to get done. We're not arguing about who's going to pay for it. We're not arguing about what's going to get done. We're simply saying that this time frame that's out there is difficult. And to your point about deadlines, I understand your perspective about deadlines. I can also tell you as a developer, time is way more of a factor than deadlines will ever be. Because every day that we're out there that we don't have this done costs way more money than the work that's done. So there is built-in pressure for us to get these done that has nothing to do with the time frame of the bonding or anything like that. So I share your concern that we want to get this done as quickly as possible as well. And we want to do it as well as we can. I know here there's not the licensing issues that are in other places, but licensing is one of the main reasons that good contractors, follow code. It's not so they can pass inspections, it's because our livelihood is on the line. We have those other pressures in place that we want to do as well. We want the curb and gutter to flow the right way. We want the concrete mix to be the right way. We want, Jeff wants the asphalt to pass. I mean, we all want those same things, not because the town is forcing us by a code, a deadline, or an ordinance. It's because we want to do what we're doing well. So no, there are some things that could have been done differently over the last 2.5 years. Absolutely. Absolutely. We are feet from the finish line and we can get this done. We appreciate your help. We're not looking to cause more burdens or problems, but we are right there and really think.
So what I'm going to suggest right now, Mr. Moyers, is I'm going to suggest right now that we take a vote on the substantial completion date, changing the date August 14th. And that we will table your next item request to the next council meeting. And it's just going to remain a mystery whether or not that gets approved.
Can I explain the rationale for the next item? Because that's an issue that frankly caught us by surprise in the last week or two.
Okay, go for it.
What we're talking about is the interior sidewalks, the ones that are in front of the lots for the houses.
On the town streets, I mean?
Correct. Yeah. Never in my 20-something years of development has any municipality ever asked for, let alone required, sidewalks to be put in prior to the completion of the home. For most reasons, that lot is a construction site until that home is complete and keys are given to the homeowner and it's a residential lot. There's no more vehicles going over that. There's no more equipment being hauled over it. There's no more material being hauled over it. And that sidewalk is city property. It's city, it's a city asset. And to put it in harm's way for the inevitable construction traffic is something I've never experienced before. And so that's why we're asking for the extension of a separate bond for interior sidewalks. It can be an accounting nightmare to say every time we pour a sidewalk, we want the bond reduced, but we can adjust that. We can do it quarterly or every 6 months and adjust the bond based on the remaining sidewalks for that reason. But we have a situation where it's difficult and not preferred to, in fact, I don't even think we're allowed to pour concrete during certain months that the city is going to be taking that over at some point. So that's the rationale for removing the interior sidewalks from the bonding. That's a pretty standard practice that those are done on as a completion part with the driveway and the completed house, so that there's no more construction traffic that could damage that. The curbs and gutters are thicker, they can handle that. The sidewalks that just cannot handle construction traffic.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm new to the council, so I'm new to this problem, but I am in the industry and I know what you're talking about. I also know there's a lot of jobs where it's not done like that, and they do the sidewalk right up front, and they say, don't drive on the sidewalk. You know, I mean, I understand that maybe there's some places that they do it different, but, you know, just get it done. It seems like if this is not that hard of a problem too. You've got more than 20 days. Get a bunch of guys out there and get it done.
There's not street parking allowed on this subdivision. We've asked all our subcontractors to not park on the street because that's one of the conditions, is to not park on the street. So they do have to pull onto the lot to do that. And I understand your comment, but this is something from the very beginning that we talked about with city staff, that as we did these bonds, that the sidewalks would be excluded from the subdivision acceptance. That's just in residential development. I've never seen it done another way. Maybe they do it differently in
I've seen it, yeah.
some other projects. That's fine.
Yeah.
But it's a risky prospect to be pouring concrete when there's going to be construction, especially when construction trucks are not supposed to be on the street.
I have a question for you. How many of the lots are still to be sold?
We sold or completed. Are you asking how many sidewalks are left? Are you asking how many are?
Well,
they're not selling the lots of stuff.
right, they're selling houses.
24 lots that are not constructed.
Okay, and do you have buyers for those now?
Not all 20. No.
Okay, so this is my concern. We've got a house here that's got a sidewalk, no sidewalk, no sidewalk, sidewalk. And who's to say you'll ever finish all of those houses? You know, this could go on for years and years. I live in a subdivision that was developed in the early 70s, and there's still an empty lot just down the road from me. So if we were waiting on that to have that sidewalk completed, I mean, we're still waiting, you know, that's 50 years. So that is not meant to be a criticism at all. We don't have sidewalks in my neighborhood, but that's my concern, is if we say, oh no, you don't have to do it, then we have no sidewalks. Basically, it does no good to put a sidewalk in front of the finished house because it goes nowhere. And I have questions about Stacker, and you know, like if presuming that other lot never gets developed, what are we left with, and how does that affect the pathway? And you know, so there's a lot of concerns that I have here.
I totally agree with that. It's that we do not want to have a situation where we have patchwork, and that's the worst workmanship that you can have. But I would like to ask you, how many guys do you have doing concrete work? What's the number of laborers doing concrete work?
Contractors that do contract or do our concrete.
2 guys.
2 contractors.
Okay, how many guys?
They have probably half a dozen. And Pedro's got 8. George has 4. Yeah.
12 guys. And did they tell you when they can be there and when the mud's ordered?
Did
they tell you when the mud was ordered?
They also have their other schedules of different projects that we are working around with also. They're not just our direct employees.
So they didn't give you a yes, we can get it done by Friday? Did they give you a deadline on when they can get it done?
Which part are we talking about?
All the concrete work.
The sidewalk. The interior sidewalks or the exterior stuff we're talking about for substantial?
I guess everything that needs to be done for substantial completion.
Well, that's part of our discussion. It's been our understanding all along that substantial completion was everything but interior sidewalks. So we do have schedules for all of that work. The external sidewalks that are still remaining, the sidewalks in front of the finished houses, Stacker, any hardscape that's not sidewalk in front of a dirt lot.
So
We have schedules for that.
there's houses that are there that don't have sidewalks in front of them, right?
That is correct. And currently, those houses also don't have asphalt in front of them. And currently, we have curb and gutter there. We are working on those as we can go. I mean, there's just, the curb and gutter was all done within the last 30-ish days. So that's why we're figuring out the sidewalk up to that point.
So at what point, though, did the town council ever tell you that interior sidewalks were not included in substantial completion? Because I think the code's pretty clear on what that says. Am I wrong?
So, Mr. Mayor, the code is clear that part of the subdivision plans from,
Right.
I definitely recall the conversation of, so could sidewalks be spread out? I mean, that was 3 years ago, that
I mean,
conversation.
did you ever approve an amended plan where we do a patchwork of sidewalks? I don't remember.
There are no amended plans are in place. There's one set of construction.
And that includes interior sidewalks as well as exterior sidewalks or however.
But yeah.
So I don't know how you would think that was not included because we've never not included it. If that makes sense. I mean, if you're making calculations based on what you've seen in other places, then, but in our discussions, I think it's been like, we've been looking at plans. I was like going back over all our old agendas and created the notes. And I'm like, we have never at any time ever amended the approved plans or plot conditions, development obligations, or anything to talk about no doing interior sidewalks or patchwork. So I don't know how that could be confusion.
Well, that was a conversation with staff, many conversations with staff when we get into the weeds of the order of construction and different things like that and what's included in the bonds. And when it comes to you, we obviously don't go through the detailed construction schedule and calendars as a council. That'd be hours and hours, if not more.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, you do it once and then you would never require it again. But that was our clear understanding that was the consensus was that those items all have to be bonded, and you're correct, they have to be bonded. But the interior sidewalks, in my experience and from our discussions, were always going to be treated differently.
For emotional, we would defer because currently, I mean, I think to be very clear, you can have that discussion with staff, but until you actually have an action from this table, and I don't think, for one thing, staff can't make that decision to say, oh, you don't have to do the interior sidewalks, because, I mean, that comes to this table if we're going to defer or change any of the development obligations upon this. Staff can't do any of that. So.
Well, there's other things too. I mean, there's water meters, there's other things that are on those construction plans that happen during the course of construction. They don't all happen up front. So there are elements that are done not in piecemeal, but as needed. So,
but I believe the plot conditions and the development conditions state the sidewalks need to be in place.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So my concern here is that I've been very involved with this from day one because I'm on planning and zoning as well as here. You brought us plans. You know, you made those plans saying what you were going to do. And you've come to us for what's the word? Variances. Yes, that's the word. So, you know, you should know those plans better than anybody knows those plans because those are your plans and you came up with them. And you've known to come and get variances for other things. And so, you know, the frustrating thing to me is that this, along with the discussion of the timeline, and oh, yes, we're going to have it done. But from what you just said, it sounds like there isn't even a plan for when you're going to get some of this stuff done. Like you couldn't answer his question about the timeline. And so I have zero faith that you're going to get it done by the 20th, just based on that, because I
understand his question. I want a clarification because if he was saying, do you have the mud order for the interior sidewalks? No, because up until a week ago, that wasn't even contemplated to be part of the completion because we had so many discussions with the town along the way that we were all left with the same impression that the interior sidewalks were going to be treated like we had talked about them all along. It was just like
you don't have a variance for that. So why this is where I'm struggling. You know, I'm not trying to say that, you know, you're intentionally trying to do something wrong. That's not what I'm saying at all. well. I feel like you're probably trying to do everything the best you can because this is money in your pocket, right? But I'm struggling with, because this isn't the first time we've heard this type of argument either. There was the incident with the side setbacks, and there were things that were being done there that shouldn't have been done. And you came to us as a developer who's developed in other areas, and I guess to me that speaks of some type of professionalism that crosses your T's and dots your I's and sees what you've got coming and makes a schedule that's going to complete it in that time. And so that's where I'm really struggling with this, just because I'm like, of course we need sidewalks, and of course it doesn't make sense to have a sidewalk here and not somewhere 2 house lots down, and who knows how long that could take. And I'm kind of just to the point where I'm done making exceptions, and I do sympathize with you. And I know this is a very expensive decision, but I don't know, I guess, it's up to you at some point to know what's due when.
So I'm just looking at an email. Sorry, I just want to clarify something with Abe. On December 10th, 2025, you sent a punch list drawing to Mr. Moyes and team. And I do believe that includes the sidewalks, Abe. Am I wrong in that? Or because I'm looking at the drawing and I'm seeing all the things that are required there. And am I misreading this right now, to be very clear? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Pronghorn documents, there's 4 attachments: the continuation bond, contractor list, punch list drawing, Pronghorn letter. December 10th, 2025.
And I sent the email.
You did. You sent it to me and you sent it to Matt Bowers. Ed. Harris.
Were we on that also?
You weren't, but it was actually, some of it was sent from you because it's from Rio Verde's engineering documents. And it says, here the support documentation provided to me by Pronghorn for the meeting.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not digging up the exact email this December. The email I am digging up is the agenda we had to discuss with the Moyes team on December 10th. And I'm guessing I'm just not digging the right one up, but those were documents they sent back to us for inclusion on that meeting to myself and Matt Bowers. We all met with Moyes Family Homes back on December 10th. And what I'm finding is the agenda. I'm not finding the agenda.
I just emailed it to you. I want to be clear because I clearly don't want to hold you to something that,
These were the discussion, that was the meetings leading up to the extension request in January/February of 2026. So those are the plans marked up for that meeting. What do you see?
and it does indicate sidewalk.
All the sidewalks are shown. Okay. So it's just like got the unhighlighted areas of what hadn't been.
Yeah, I can speak to those guys. I put those together earlier in the year. They were working to see how much work we had left to get done, trying to get an updated estimate of what kind of work.
Right, and we would agree that the interior sidewalks are included in the discussion.
Yeah, that was just, these were the initial plans. These are what we've done so far.
And it's listed as a punch list drawing, which punch list tells me something that has to be done.
We're not arguing the sidewalks have to be done.
Okay.
We're arguing the practicality, even the wisdom of putting them in, knowing that the construction is going to be taking place over the top of them.
Well, then, Mr. Moyes, at this point, it would take us 3 readings and over 8 weeks of public meetings to actually make an amendment to our ordinance so that those interior sidewalks are no longer included within the town ordinance of development.
No, they're still required. It's the order. You have to have a water meter.
No, I get it, but when we talk about substantial completion, I believe this is included in what we consider substantial completion. To the very reason the council members are saying, we can't have a patchwork. So when we say substantial completion includes X, Y, and Z, we have it very clear that water meters are not required until people move.
This is a drastic deviation from everything that we've been led to believe, whether it's by staff or other conversations. This is a drastic deviation from what we've been led to believe. Now, we still can protect the town with a financial security of a bond to make sure that those sidewalks get constructed. Otherwise, the town is taking on a responsibility or a liability that if a concrete truck or trusses or something or other that has to go onto that lot for the construction of that lot damages those sidewalks, the city that's the city's property. And it's a liability to do that. So I don't have a problem with that being in the construction drawings. We've known all along that the sidewalks are going to be part of it. We've also known that those improvement drawings are showing water connections, but we don't have water connections in until they're needed because there's more into the construction of things. So that's why we're saying the sidewalks do need to be a part of this. Let's keep it bonded, but let's do it so that the sidewalks are only getting built once.
But that's not what you were proposing. You're proposing they get built every lot one at a time.
Yes, that's what we're saying. The interior sidewalk portion of that bond would be set. It'd be the 234,000, and whatever mechanism you wanted to review that is every 5 lots it gets reduced, every 10 lots it gets reduced, however many lots it gets reduced. That'd be a function at that time of reducing that bond.
So I have a question then. If that was your intention, then why are the houses that are out there, why do they not have sidewalks in front of them?
Because we had to have curb and gutter in place to pour the sidewalk next to it. It's the curb and gutter sets the elevation. It's the curb sets the sidewalk, you set the sidewalk and driveway, and then the landscaping can go in. You can't do those things out of order. So why wasn't the curb built last year? We had our curb machine that was scheduled to be delivered in August, and they lost the electronic components that are manufactured in Europe didn't get released to them until November. We couldn't pour curb and gutter until November. In November. So they pushed the delivery of our machine out to April of this year, ended up getting delayed again until the end of May. When they started shipping it out here, I don't know if they pushed it on a cart or whatever, but it didn't get here until June. They shipped the forms somewhere else and get those back. So that was all of 2025.
Well, presumably, if somebody else is doing a subdivision, not everybody has to buy their own curb and gutter machine, right? There's got to be some around somewhere where you can just hire somebody to come in and do that. I mean, I'm not unsympathetic here because, you know, we have gotten lots of extensions to allow you to get the curb and gutter machine and then to accommodate for it being shipped the wrong place or whatever. But I just don't, I'm the type of person where if I run into a problem, I'm like, okay, that didn't work. What am I going to do to fix it? And think of some other way to meet that deadline.
And I did go through, we did get bids from those companies and stuff, and they were substantially high that it pushed that out of our budget range. We could certainly do that. The town's experienced that when curb and gutter, I think the town says they feel lucky when they get curb and gutter about $50 a foot. And we got our curb and gutter done for a little under $20 a foot. And as a result of that, we can keep our houses at the prices that they are right now. If you go look on Zillow or listings for houses in the city of Pinedale that are under 500,000 that are built in the last 5 to 10 years, you're only going to find ours. And we're trying to do something that's not been done in Pinedale, which is to build new housing that doesn't start at $1 million. And we could certainly hand from our own curb and gutter, we could put all the sidewalks, and we could do all of that stuff, but the price would get driven up to where it becomes out of reach for most residents. So that's the difficulty, is that I don't think that the complaints that you're having about what we're doing are coming from the people that are actually benefiting from these homes. They're coming from people who are watching from the outside that aren't impacted if those house prices go up $50,000 or $100,000, because it doesn't impact them. But the people that are going to want to move into those houses, they're going to care that that curb and gutter is $20 and not $50. They're going to care that we didn't have to pay $250,000 to put sidewalks in and put those costs onto those homes as we go. They're going to care that some of these things that were cost-saving measures were able to be done for the residents of Pinedale. And that's a driving motivation of what we're doing. We've been able to get our prices down since we started construction. And that's rare. That doesn't happen in Pinedale. And Pinedale is not facing a glut of affordable housing that people have to choose from. It's really hard to make affordable housing in Pinedale. And we're trying hard. I don't know anybody else that's trying harder than we are on the development side of things to bring affordable housing to Pinedale. But some of these things sure don't make it easy. And that should be a factor into this. I would argue, and I'm insensitive, I get labeled that a lot, and that's probably a nice way to say that. But I don't have a lot of sympathy for somebody that lives a mile away that doesn't like to look at a dirt lot compared to the person that I know gets to move in there and can afford the home payment because we're trying to do some of these things. And you guys have helped us a lot along the way of making sure that we can do some of those things in a cost-saving measure. You're right. It is possible to get everything done probably this week. I could probably bring 300 guys in, not this week, 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks, I could bring 300 guys in. That thing's done, and these houses just doubled in price. Helps nobody. So we are trying our best to do things that haven't been done before, to try to get housing at a price that Pinedale hasn't seen, quite frankly, in new housing ever, if not for a long time.
I feel like it's been communicated.
So in light of what's been said here, we need to extend the completion date, a substantial completion date, and we need to extend the bond. But am I understanding then that we actually have to extend this bond indefinitely to the future for all these lots that don't have the sidewalk done?
You can separate it. You can keep the August 20th bond, and you can have a separate improvement bond just for the sidewalks.
Okay. And so every month.
And that was what you were proposing tonight?
Yes.
So every month, so just real quick, I don't need a huge diatribe or anything, but just like how long, and I didn't mean that derogatory, please don't take that way. If I carry a bond, do you make monthly payments on that bond? Do you make quarterly payments, weekly, daily? What are the payments on that bond?
It depends. You can make a quarterly payment. It's based typically on an annual rate.
Okay.
So they'll say it's a $235,000 bond. It's X number of dollars.
Okay.
You can pay that quarterly. You can pay that monthly, but you pay for that entire year.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you would like us to let you take on that payment in order to not do the sidewalks as was agreed upon in the beginning, correct? Just point blank, right?
I don't know a little bit on the phrase of the question, but yes.
Okay. Because that is a financial burden on you to carry that for the length of time that I think, I mean, you said indefinitely in theory, but like in theory, indefinitely. So then in a year, this is where us constantly moving the goalposts. You said you're feet away. I really wanted to chime in and say, but it feels like the goalpost is not actually being moved by us. It feels like you are almost putting yourself in that position, honestly, because if you're feet away, then just take the last step and get over the finish line. But it's like you keep taking a step back with us. And I don't think you want to. I don't think we want that either. But you're willing to incur Like, I'm trying to do the risk, the cost to everything in my head to try to figure out the risk reward for you as financially speaking. Sorry, I have an econ degree, so this is what I do. But like in my head, I'm trying to understand why pushing that piece off somehow is outweighing what it will cost you in the future to carry that bond. Until what my fellow councilman said.
Tall lots are built.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that's where I struggle with it, because I don't want, let's say hypothetically, we agree with you fully, you get what you want, good to go. We knock this thing out, 820, we're good, everything's good. Except, again, we give you everything you wanted, so you get the extension on the sidewalks. So then you're carrying out those payments the entire length until what? Those homes are all built? I mean, financially, that seems bad from a risk perspective.
I think from the mechanic, on my risk perspective.
I mean, honestly, yes. Like, I'm not even talking about the town's risk, like the risk profile for you to have an indefinite amount of time that you're carrying a bond. To be fair, I have no idea how much the payment is. That actually doesn't matter. It's the principle that I'm trying to make. The point is, from our perspective, you wanting that is cool. Awesome. You want that. You're willing to take that risk on, but what is the benefit to you to keep pushing that can, like kicking the can? Because from our perspective, we just want the town to look nice, and we want people that live here to be able to have a contiguous sidewalk as was originally in the plan.
I mean, to your point, I mean, we have
maybe I'm off.
We have a lot of neighborhoods where there's sidewalk and the house is built yet. I mean, there's people who are going to construct
and on the and to be fair, on the flip side, we have plenty of neighborhoods that don't even have sidewalks.
Yeah.
So and they're like fully stocked, except for the one. No. And I'm just trying to add some levity because I don't like being this inquisitive into,
I can walk through the mechanics of a bond with you. I think it will help answer your question.
I mean, you can fire away. I don't know if it's.
But I think, like if we were to, let's say quarterly, I think this is kind of becoming a discussion where I think councils in general are going to be like, we feel like interior sidewalks are included. We have people walking around. We're getting phone calls on a regular basis from people who live in that area. Where are the sidewalks? Why aren't there sidewalks? And we have that in other neighborhoods too, to be fair, because people want sidewalks. Mm-hmm. It's one of the things we're doing on 191. We're putting new sidewalks in because the people of Pinedale like sidewalks. It's a safe place to walk. That's what we do. But if we were to go follow through quarterly or biannually, we have to get a new engineer estimate every single time a new sidewalk comes in. Is Moya's Homes going to be paying for that, or is that going to be the town of Pinedale that has to get that redone? Because that bond's going to have to be recalculated every quarter or every 6 months, and who pays for that? I think right now we do.
So they pay their engineer, they send it, and then Matt reviews it.
So we pay Matt Bowers. And so every quarter, Matt Bowers is going to turn around and send us a bill and call it $5. I don't care. But I mean, it's like, I know, but my point being is there's a cost on the town of Pinedale because now we have to do this. Okay, well.
But the mechanics of that sidewalk work the same whether there's a sidewalk there, whether there's not, when those houses are under construction, because the town has an easement, but that's our property. And when that house is under construction, that sidewalk is unusable. So you still have that patchwork until the subdivision's done. You have that patchwork of path of travel.
But in that instance, let's say you're working on 5 homes and there's still 20 lots that have a sidewalk in front of it. So the patchwork is 5 out of 20 versus more.
Well, if they're all next to each other, that's great. If they're one off and one off and one off, it makes it pretty complicated.
But if you have patchwork sidewalks, you essentially have no sidewalk. So even the houses that have them, I can't walk down the sidewalk, so I'm going to walk in the street because I can't walk on the sidewalk. I can't push a stroller down the sidewalk. So it doesn't make sense at all to just do little bits of sidewalk here and there and potentially for years, because who knows how long it's going to take you to sell all the places, anything could happen.
I just put this thing down. Yeah. I mean, can I move this along a little bit? Can I make the motion?
Yeah.
That we accept the substantial complete to accept the extension of the substantial completion that we have already talked about by end of day on the 14th of August. Yeah. Is that okay? I will make that motion. What's that?
End of business day.
Oh, sorry. End of business day.
We do not have anywhere on our contemplation all the interior sidewalks being included in our schedule from the department.
My understanding is that's on the next agenda item.
No, but the point being is, I think, to Mr. Boyd, sorry, there's a motion. Can I have a second?
Oh.
Second, thank you. Moved by Councilman Swafford, second by Councilman Wells, to approve the extension of substantial completion to August 14th, close of business day. All right, discussion.
Okay.
I think to the point that what he's suggesting is that if we're to say substantial completion is to also include the interior sidewalk,
does that include or not include?
He's going to sit there and say, there's no way we can get that done because I don't even have the mud order for it. If I heard the discussion, right? If I'm following everything. So we're now stuck with the.
Do I want to amend the motion to?
No, okay. I think, right now, I think we need to, because the next item is, would we then consider, and I'm struggling really hard because Mr. Moyes, Mr. Fornstrom, because I think from the town of Pinedale's perspective, interior sidewalks have been considered as part of the development in this subdivision for years and have been in the discussion, have been revealed in the plans that you've shown us. And when we talk about this and we've had these conversations, it has been part and parcel. Now, whether that was clear or not clear, that can be always debated, but I get that. But I think from our side of the table and our code and the punch list and all the documentation I'm seeing, it's been pretty clear that it's there. For us to change that at that point, Ed, is this going to be a variance that we can just do on a motion, or is this going to be something that's deeper than this? That's why I'm asking the question.
It's a matter of interpretation. It could be done with a motion. I think you should deal with this motion.
That's what I want to do.
Step on to deciding whether or not interior sidewalks are going to be considered as
part of that substantive,
or whether they could be bonded. I have some thoughts about that, but not as to this motion.
Appreciate it.
Can I ask Ed a question?
Yeah.
So if we were to do a change to what's required to be considered completed and change it to where the sidewalks aren't part of that, is that retroactive? Because we've already approved this project.
We can kind of do that.
So they would, even if we changed it, it wouldn't apply to this one?
You could do variance.
You can apply it to this project. Setting is that interior sidewalks
interpretation
can be bonded outside the bond for final plat approval. In effect, you're amending your bonding. I don't see that being a problem. People do it, but that's up to you.
Okay. Let's deal. I agree with that. Let's deal with right now the extension of the substantial completion to August 14th, close of business day. Whether you like the next decision or not, at least we can give you an extra couple of weeks.
Yeah, because essentially they have to have that in order to finish the project. If we don't make this motion or if we don't accept that motion,
then this whole thing is
we're moot point, right? So we got to at least do step one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion on this particular one? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, that motion carries 5-0. So council has agreed to extend substantial completion to the 14th. Now, Ed, you want to try to thread a needle here?
No. If you decide to go this route, there are a couple of things that I would suggest that you do. One, you put a cap on the time frame, be it 5 years, 7 years, 4 years, whatever. You cap that. And if there are interior lots that aren't developed at that time, develop bills whether they're developed or not.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I would suggest is that you don't allow any bond reduction as sidewalks are in fact built, because that's the condition that the reduction is something you can do, but you don't have to do. And in this case, where it's something that really an extraordinary request, it may make sense, but it's still an extraordinary request. If you didn't want to, if the bonding for the sidewalks to be built or $250,000, it stays at $250,000 until all the sidewalks are built, either because everything's developed or your time frame runs out at night or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you also take some of the risk of inflation out.
Well, that's fun. That old word.
It's the time frame that when a house is completed, the sidewalk, which is to be built with the execute and make all those conditions of the bond. So if they're not built, then the overall bond can then be pulled and bonding company can build sidewalks.
So I'm going to come back to this question because there's a fundamental question that I think we're wrestling with. I think fundamentally, the town of Pinedale council and staff have considered interior sidewalks to be a part of the final completion of this development. Fair?
Mm-hmm. And other developers that are doing stuff right now.
Thank you. So I think that's our general understanding. So what you're asking for us to do is to say, please compromise on a philosophical and strategic decision that we as a council have felt and made that decision years ago when we first made these plats and did this. Now, whether or not you understood it or not, set that whole discussion aside. Okay, I'm not even going to go there, because the question that's being asked of us now is, are we willing to compromise on a value that we feel like we've kind of stood on? That's a really hard decision to make right now. I'm going to be really flat. I don't know how I could make that decision because I was part of these discussions. We need these sidewalks done because we need these neighborhoods so people can live in them and walk in them.
It's right next to school. You don't want kids to walk home. They're supposed to be expecting a sidewalk to walk on. They're now walking on the road.
And I'm willing to say, like, look, if you've got a contractor, again, we can go ahead and let you park on the street. We can do a variance and let you do on street parking when you build in a house. That'd be less of a problem for me than the sidewalk, to be honest. I guess my question is going to be, Mr. Moyes, Mr. Fornstrom. There's two things going on. There's now the discussion of bond extension, which I don't think we're going to make a motion on tonight. But if there was a bond extension, would you be able to complete the sidewalks? By when? That's going to be my next question. You tell me.
No, that's a fair question, and that's where
maybe we compromise and we say, okay, we'll tell you what, we can, understanding that maybe there was a misunderstanding and a misinterpretation, which how it got there, I'm not going to go into that because we're never going to get that answered. If the town of Pinedale were to say, fine, we'll extend your bond to October 20th, but with the understanding that final completion incorporates the interior sidewalks. Is that feasible?
I don't know.
That'd be cheaper to build them this year than it will be in 5 years for it. For also your arguments of saving money.
Sure. We're also nearing the end of the construction season, and everybody that, of course, concrete, asphalt, or does any work on houses is scrambling to triple book themselves between now and.
Oh yeah, I get it. No,
so as far as feasibility, I haven't even looked at that because it's been so far off of our radar and what we were contemplating. So what I was going to propose, to Mr. Woods' point of a time frame, not 5 years or 7 years, but based on our rough pace of sales, we have 12 of them now. What we would request is we would commit to 12 more by September of 27, and the last 12 by September of 28. I don't know which 12 those would be because people pick their lots and they buy where they buy. But our commitment would be is that if we only sold 8 houses next year, we'll figure out the least disruptive way to pour those other 4 sidewalks. It's not, I still don't think it's advisable to pour sidewalks in front of non-sold lots. The flip side of that is if we get 14 sold or 16 sold next year, we'll just be further along the way. But the drop dead date would be September of 28, the full completion of the sidewalks. Now, the external ones are part of the substantial completion that's been on our radar on our scheduling, and it's part of that August 14th. So buckboard, stacker, Bloomfield, all that stuff that I think the Bloomfield would, yeah, all of those already used sidewalks would be completed. We would basically be saying we've got a third of them done now, or we'll have a third of them done by August 13th. We'll have the next third done by next summer and the next third after that. So I can tell you the other thing we're gonna run into is what do we do when a sidewalk cracks? A year from now, and it's the city's sidewalk.
City, apparently.
Depends on what caused it. You know, if it's failure is caused by a collective contractor, you ask the contractor to repair the right way. If it cracked, if it misplaced, if it heaved, that's on the town. Absolutely.
So you didn't want to make a decision on that tonight?
Well, no, I mean, I guess, you know, I think we have to make the decision of which path we're going to go forward on, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
And I mean, for us to say, I don't know, for us to what I'm going to characterize as abandoning our position and our requirement of the interior sidewalks, which have been from our perspective and planning and zoning's perspective, and the public perspective and the public expectation is those sidewalks are done. Again, whether there's a misunderstanding or not, how it came onto your side. I mean, I'm looking at emails that went back and forth a long time ago that seem to suggest it was there, but I'm not going to go there right now. For us to leave that position, I just don't know if we're prepared to make that decision tonight. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, or we are, and it's just going to be, I mean, what I'm afraid of is, Mr. Moyer, is we're going to say,
we're not going to give him exactly what he wants because we haven't got that yet. Okay. So we can compromise. We can say they all got to be done by next September. And that's when the bond gets called, and
that's where I was going to say.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Exactly.
That's where I'm at too.
We just say, look at, okay, got to get it done. And, you know, I guess from a perspective, that's where we have to make the decision and we go, because otherwise what we're looking at is we could extend this bond for you until October 20th, but we're going to be calling it if we don't compromise on the interior sidewalks.
I can live with a bond through September of 27 for all sidewalks. It's not ideal, and I still think it's going to be a mistake, but we can work with that.
I feel like we need a recess. Let me take a 5-minute recess. Yeah. talking pathway, we're talking other sidewalks, we're talking asphalt. You have a list, I think, Abe. And I think all that has to be completed by the time this season, right? And then we then would say, okay, fine, we'll give you that extension on the interior sidewalks. I'm with Councilman Wells, I'm with Councilman Loftus and others. I've seen a lot of places that have sidewalks where there's nothing built. So if tomorrow your contractor is ruined, I mean, contractors know this kind of thing. They should know better than destroying sidewalks. If they don't know any better, get another one. I know Rio Verde does it. I know Teletractors doesn't do it. And if they do it, they get it fixed. So if there's a contractor that doesn't know how to work around sidewalk, then get another sidewalk, get another contractor. Personally. So council, I know that that's going to be the compromise I propose this evening, that we will not extend the bond at this point in time. It is going to be running out on August 20th. On the August 10th, if we see that we have to, we might extend it a month if we need to. But my recommendation is, Abe, we come up with that substantial completion list that you and I were just talking about. We get that done, which I think has been communicated to the Moyes family. And we then say, let us then have a compromise over the sidewalks and push that out till next year. And that way we get the sidewalks done, recognizing it's probably not going to get done. That's is that fair assessment?
Mr. Mayor, Council, you go to page 52. I'm sorry, 51. That includes the concrete asphalt and all of the items, generally creating items. I know the overlay has like a punch list.
So completion of all outstanding punch list items, completion of the stormwater drainage system, including all stormwater treatment facilities and associated improvements. Completion of sidewalk improvements along Bloomfield Avenue, Buckthorpe Road, repair and restoration of the pathway north of the subdivision, completion and correction of all remaining sidewalk improvements within the subdivision, that would minus the interior, adjustment, exposure, and verification of proper operation of all sanitary sewer manholes, water valves, valve boxes related to utility, opportune instances. I have to say, I have not seen that word before, sorry. Installation of signs, street markings, any additional work out necessary to bring the subdivision improvements into full compliance. So essentially we would just say, we're going to compromise on number 5. Number 5 is extended to September of 2027.
So what we would have to do, Mr. Mayor, in council, we would have to come back to the August 10th meeting with the bonding price. The bonding company has agreed to that extension, or there's a process there, and that new bond, let's call it a new completion bond, or whatever you want to call it, would be entered into at August 10th prior to the expiration of August 20th.
So I'm not expecting this to be a 5-0 vote, to be very clear. I want everybody to vote the way they feel they need to vote. I'm not expecting that. I never really did, to be clear. But Mr. Moyes, is that a compromise that you can live with?
I can live with that. Not just, we can accomplish that. I don't know. We cannot accomplish the other.
Because I don't want to set us up for failure and set us up for litigation. I feel like if I go the other path, I'm just going to be sitting in, and we're going to be sitting in legal discussions for years. Now, if that's where we have to go, trust me, I don't mind going to court, and court's a great place to decide who's right and wrong there. And I think we're in the right. But I don't want to waste the town's money, the town's time, and any of that. I don't think anybody wins that way. And I know Ed would be kind of rather do something else with his weekends. But hey, Costa Rica isn't everything you think it is, Ed. Please. All right. So that is my suggestion of a compromise.
So can you remind me again, what was the date of the compromise?
Currently right now is the August 20th. We would come back on August 10th and we'll figure out if we have to push it out to September, which I really don't want to, but whatever. And then it would be all number 5, completion and correction of all remaining sidewalk improvements within the subdivision would be, September of next year. Whether you think we're going to destroy the sidewalks or not, whether other towns do it or not, whatever, it's just, that's what we're saying.
How long does it take to build sidewalks? Because that September date seems awfully far.
That's what I would say. That's a whole other season.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And I'm, like I said,
So can I on the sidewalk, on that sidewalk question? We put a sidewalk on a completed house before the homeowner moves, if we can, we don't cover everything. So for people moving in, their sidewalk will be poured as they get the keys.
Check.
What?
Check. Yes.
Correct. The compromise would be whatever lots are not constructed by September or sold or finished by September, the sidewalks would go in anyways, September 27th.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be on our radar. We'd have time to schedule it.
So
And line it up that way. Yeah.
yes.
Just asking a bond question here, sorry. So if you were to make a motion that passes, would we be better that, substantial completion is not getting, the bond is not being extended right now, but we're going to consider pulling number 5 out of substantial completion for the bond requirements. Would we be better off when that determination gets made to have a separate bond issue, close out the first bond? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we keep talking about extending the bond, and it seems like it would be easier to cut it off.
It's a little bit of it.
So we would end the existing bond, start a new bond specifically for the sidewalks that have to be completed.
That's where the only caveat deep in this conversation, like Stacker Drive, is a conversation that has to be had. And certainly needs to have some sort of, I understand the extension as well, but to Mr. Wood's point, like when is when? On getting Stacker, the last 100 feet of Stacker Drive built, it would need to be in any new bond we issue. The value would also have to be in the Stacker Drive.
So is there any, in your point of view, or staff's point of view, is there any reason why September of next year is not? I mean, is there a reason not to do it
I don't
then?
know if that's a great question for me. It would be a better question for developer. I don't need to do the necessary design work. What crossing is going to be there, they own the property on the other side, where you can build an approach. It's not uncommon for bridges that can place that bridge being a 20-foot plan, 20, 30 foot plan, after the market. But I also don't want 100 feet asphalt to be around the way for the next 40 years either. So it's a very hard problem.
Yeah, so I can speak to that.
I knew you could. That's like,
In the initial design, as you know, the town code says you have to carry all the improvements to the property boundary, which block 6 ends at the floodplain. So we only had to construct here. Yep. To station 263.
That northern piece up there.
Yep. So during construction, we thought it was most prudent to just end the construction at the catch basins, because we do not know what that road grade from those catch basins crossing the floodplain is going to be. And since Jason owns below block 9 to the north and block 15, or maybe it's block 12 to the east.
I think it's 13.
The construction of Stacker Drive to the west will be done with no development. So as we were moving along, it just seemed to make sense to end construction of those catch basins so we don't have to tear it out and redo it.
yeah, that makes sense.
And that was our thought there. And I know at the time there was talks about subdivisions, agreements, and all this stuff, but I wasn't part of it. When we were doing it a couple years ago, everybody agreed, hey, let's just stop here. It seemed like a good spot. We'll figure out the funding of it and how to move forward in the future. And here we are.
So what's a reasonable expectation now?
See, that would be, we could either finish it now, we have a road that goes nowhere, nobody gets used, or
There's a lot of roads.
When block 9 gets developed, that's included. Block 9 is the north. Yeah. And then if block 11 got developed, it'd be the same thing. So it's Stacker Drive.
Oh, yeah.
It's always been a kind of a sore issue, but that's kind of where we're at now, because it just seemed like the best place construction-wise to pause. Yep.
Question.
I heard you take a
Talking, right?
No, I heard you take your breath with that.
Okay, so what happens if we don't have them develop that road to nowhere and block 9 sells? Is that now block 9's responsibility to finish that road? Because we run into this a lot with Who's got to build this road?
So block 9 would be less of an issue. I'll share my screen for a second, show you GIS. Because block 9, yes, it would be there.
Because block 9 is on both sides of the creek.
So block 9,
It covers the both. Okay.
their responsibility when developing block 9 is to stagger the whole way. And so if you sold block 9 and block 9 developed, they got to build the entirety of the road. But block 11, if this were to sell or be developed, right now it would be an issue because Mr. Moyes owns this, owns this, and they would know that they had to connect it. But if they sold it to a different developer, they would be responsible to developing to here. And now we have this bridge crossing that doesn't, it's an issue.
So as we have it right now, was it the plan to make them put in the bridge as part of this subdivision?
No. Just so the only thing that can, and I don't think we can require it by our code. Our code requires the improvements to the extension of the subdivision. And the extension of the subdivision, the limits of the subdivision are right here, right?
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
Is that property in between where the creek is that owned by,
Lot 10.
who owns the creek?
Mr. Moyes does. But it's an undevelopable piece of ground, which adds complexity into this situation.
But don't we always require connectivity?
Yes.
So it seems like a bridge would be essential for that.
Eventually a bridge absolutely has to happen, but how and where you do it. This is where the discussion came up on the subdivision agreement of when a bridge, maybe you would link these 2 or 3 blocks together. And it was the discussion of like, when and how does that get put in and what required at certain times. Using block 9, you gotta build a bridge, but blocks 11 and blocks 6 that we have right now, really have a road extended. I can argue very concretely at the development of block 11 that connectivity could extend to that public road. But right now, a bridge out to here is extended beyond the subdivision. So I would say there's a strong case in the town code that the development of block 11, this bridge is required to connect to what's over here. But this developer is going to say, I'm not responsible for the last 100 feet of road. That was block 6 developer's responsibility. Who's going to pay for that? That 100 feet is what we're talking about. Right
So
now.
my personal preference on this, and you guys can do what you want with it too, but I say we go right up to where the bridge starts. Go to the end of where the development is, because who knows what's going to happen with this property in the future. And at least goes to the end of that developed subdivision. And it's not really a road to nowhere because there's a pathway there.
Well, and it was in the plan in the beginning.
Right.
I can stop sharing and share plans were there, but we haven't discussed this piece.
So you're saying that they should go.
I'm saying they should build exactly what they had on their plans. Because we've seen too many times where we have, the 2 of us on planning and zoning, we see this a lot, where somebody comes in and says, well, why is this my fault?
Happens all the time.
And why do I now have to build this little section of road when that should have gone with this other one and it didn't get done? So I think for future, because, we have no, way to look into the future and see who's really going to develop these lots eventually.
That's not unreasonable.
I will say the one challenge out there is the pathway kind of like down into the wetland, and the road will not do that. So there will be a significant grade.
And that's the trouble in the crossings. If you go to the bridge, you may not have to have as much raise, but if you go to Oz forward, sometimes they need 2 feet of cover, so you'll need to ramp the road up at 100 feet in order to meet those grades. And seems that Lisa owned both lots. That's kind of the way we were making it, or how we got to this point.
No, it's understandable how we got there. But I think to the point of, if we're wanting to do final completion and kind of just be done with everything, then I think from the perspective of, Pronghorn Crossing and the town of Pinedale, it might be better to get that road done. But I guess the point is, Do you go the pathway or do you go a bridge? Yes, sir.
We had also talked about sometime in the last couple of years, the lot is block 9. Block 9 is on the west side of the creek, east side of the creek, thank you. That there was going to be a donation of that to the city, and in exchange for that, the city would participate in the development of that stacker extension. So there was a lot of that discussed because we ran into this problem of this element past stacker is a shot in the dark at best as to what's going to happen going forward.
I agree.
And so it was a waste again of
resources.
Right.
Some both time and money. Abe,
I saw this today, Mr. Mayor, but
I know.
I saw it with the sidewalk discussion.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is like, I think, there was that discussion of an exchange taking place and some other stuff that we'd had talked about. So I think, I don't think we need to solve stacker tonight.
But we need to solve it at the next meeting.
I agree with that.
It is also critical of the substantial completion 20th. We need a decision tonight. If stacker needs to finish the next 100 feet, or we're not making it. And then you're going to have a cold joint in the asphalt of 100 feet. So then you've got a double cold joint, which we really try to avoid.
Right next to a bridge transition.
Right next to a bridge, which is going to crack anyway. So.
Well, do we just make stacker part of the sidewalk discussion and make that for next year?
So I guess I have a question for you then with the road. Are you saying not to do stacker at all, or are you saying do stacker to where it connects?
We should do stacker where we're prepped now.
Which is to learning lane?
You have
Right to just past these black ones.
Okay.
That's the low point of the road.
And we'll also include your 288 ramps that the pathway on the north side of stacker will attach to, so that the pathway can be completed without a major grade change, because there's not a lot of separation between the street and the pathway. So yeah, the pathway will connect into the east ADA ramp. There will be a strip of asphalt, which would be the approach for the street headed north, and eventually, and then the pathway can continue on and tie into the Bloomfield.
Okay.
So this feels similar. Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just completely off, but this feels similar to like when you put a power line in and you end up sharing the costs down the road because somebody comes. Because I feel like we have a problem. We don't know what to build here. We don't want to build the wrong thing and waste resources and time. But we know that today and tomorrow, this is actually going to be your responsibility. This is your side of the line. But somebody on the other side is going to build their piece. And is there a way that you can structure this so that it's like
the power line example, I believe what you're talking about is I build a power line and there's an agreement or a process that if you connect within a certain number of years, you pay me back a percentage.
That's right.
The problem with this is,
well, we don't want them to build it, but my point being is that tomorrow we're going to come back to Jason and say, okay, Billy Bob's building on the other side. Now you need to contribute your part of the line.
Good, but Mr. Jorge might be in California, but then let's say go pound sandpiper. It could be done.
I don't think he would say that ever.
Subdivision type. We've done it with annexation agreements. An agreement would be made with the owner. That was ever developed, they would contractually agree to construct it at that time.
On their side of the line.
Enforceability, who's going to be around 10 years, 20 years.
We faced a similar thing, if you can correct my memory, when we were talking about block 9 at the same time as block 6, that we were going to have to construct a street off of our property with the rationale being you're the first one there. It wasn't on our property, it wasn't even to be used, but we had to take it and extend it all the way to the on someone else's property. So there's precedent for that.
The other person paying for it.
Something could be done that would be binding in the future, since Mr. Moyer owns to the east, he could do not the right term, but a covenant run with the land that when that property is developed, he would contractually, that land is contractually obligated to build that description. Now, that would be binding in the future.
I think that's what we're talking about, yeah.
And that would require the bridge to be built?
Bridge is on the other lot.
The bridge is on the other lot. We could put that in there too, because it is.
That's a
That's a good section. Yeah, that's not just ability. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Try to get that busy to resolve.
I like that the best.
It's long standing.
I don't love the idea of 100 feet of asphalt sits out there rots away for who knows how long. We have several of those.
Well, I know, and I also just.
Issues and concerns. I mean, we've had this issue come up time and time again, and we see it in Redstone. We see it in Red Poly, all the places where there's extension that are roads go to nowhere, but they have to, or else there's no way to extend the road in the future.
Right.
Those ones it's easier because you don't have a river on it, but there's probably a reason why there's only one bridge over Pine Creek and all Pinedale. And east-west. I won't talk about South Tyler. South Tyler is like a roundabout way, but the reason there's no other bridge east, south, north or south of Pine Street crossing is because it's expensive to build a bridge. You know, developer was ever going to upfront that cost.
Okay, let's do it that way. I think that makes sense. But it is a deed restriction.
So, Mr. Mayor, to be clear, then direction is?
We will make final completion to incorporate all the items on your list except for number 5. Number 5 will be the compromise, in which that would be an extension of a year. I mean, we haven't decided if it's September or not. I think Mr. Moyes' points were made well, but whether Councilman Wells and Councilman Boyce accepted that or not, I don't know. And then you say September for the sidewalks, and then we kind of fix the property like we just said.
And then deal with Stacker Drive, but Stacker Drive and the sidewalks will become, next time. So.
That Stacker compromise will be its own thing.
Yep.
And then the sidewalks will be its own thing. Okay.
Council, is this a compromise that we can live with? You can vote against it still, even if you're not trying to say you can live with it.
I think it's the closest we're going to get to an answer. I still don't like September.
Oh, 27.
Well, we don't have to make that decision now. We can make the decision in the next meeting. And Mr. Moyes and team can come back and say, hey, we know Councilwoman Boyce doesn't like September. Let's make her happy. Making Councilwoman Boyce is important. Yeah, but we can think about that. And I would suggest that, there's probably going to be some meetings in between now and the next meeting, so we can actually have this narrowed down even further. Yes.
So I didn't hear part of what you were saying. You had to. What is the answer about Stafford Drive? What did they answer them?
Yeah, they said they needed
So we're going to say it's not part of final completion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's number 5.
Extension. Yeah. So basically
Prep to where you're saying.
Until Whether it be in a bond extension or some sort of agreement.
Oh, I thought we were going to tie it to the other lot.
Yeah. Tie it to the other lot. Which, to be clear, I think that works for you the best based on.
Well, and it gives us a long-standing legal.
4 minutes to figure out whether that's going to work or not as far as obligation, because we've had rough discussions about the development of 9 to 11. I don't know the timing of that. We're going to be 9 a year ago. Not. And so from 9 to 11 is pushed out, and it could be 5 years before, 10 years before this is even needed.
Yeah, and I think we're saying that's okay.
We're basically saying,
we're going to put
the east, you're going to put a covenant on it that says you acknowledge it's your obligation to build the final 100 foot of Stacker Drive they give us a description at such time as whatever reason is developed. Next year, 5 years, 20 years, and subsequent on, it runs with the land.
So they just stay alive for another 20 years?
No,
it would be a covenant.
Oh, no. It's just a test of property.
That's
This 100 feet.
It's just,
But then you're not paying for a bond every year.
No.
But my question is, how do we get that in place? We're going to make a motion here in a minute to remove that from substantial completion. But how do we then get that executed in time? I mean, we can't put the covenant
I
in.
thought all this was going to be done at the next meeting.
I felt like what we were doing is we're redefining final completion tonight to include everything on that list except for item 5.
Okay.
Item 5 is sidewalks.
So item 5 is sidewalks. At the next council meeting, we will be talking to the bond. We'll get to the other discussion. And at that point, we can also deal with Stacker Drive in the August 10th meeting.
So
But how do you,
Hold on.
the motion then has to be conditioned upon resolution of
Yeah,
the
Stacker.
interior sidewalks and the Stacker Drive. At the next meeting.
Because I mean, don't forget, what we still have is you still have this bond that expires on August 20th, right?
that's my question though. How are you going to make sure that that gets added to the, whatever your wording you use to make it to where that's binding on that other piece of property? How are we going to make sure that that gets done before we no longer can claim the money on that bond?
That's part of my question, but the more immediate question is, how does Mr. Bickle know whether or not he's proceeding with that asphalt or not? Because he needs to know right
I don't
away.
want to have to reload to pay 100-foot straight up road.
Yeah, I'm following you here, but I want the motion to match what you want to do.
Yeah, that's
So-
the problem there.
But then if we make that motion tonight to allow him to nix that from his completion, we don't have a mechanism then to go, what if that deed restriction, whatever, covenant, whatever, we haven't got it executed yet and we're making the motion to release this as an agreement.
Well, what you could,
I just want to get the document correctly. That's
Yeah.
so what we could do right now, I don't know, I jump in, please. What we could do right now is say final completion is everything except for 5 and Stacker Drive. Then the bond still carries on that. And we have, right?
Bond expires.
Well, the bond expires unless we extend it.
Just need to get direction of what you need us to do. As far as like, you aren't.
Yeah, we don't have to make a motion, but I agree.
Right, but Mr. Biffle brought up the idea that I think in there. Yeah, okay. That's why I think we were trying to. No, we were just trying to thread the needle, to be honest. We're trying to get everyone. Yeah.
We don't take, if we just redefine final completion to not include Stacker Drive or substantial completion, not to include Stacker on the sidewalks, and we're okay with that tonight, the bond's still carrying on all of that.
And you don't even have to make it, you don't have to exclude those, just make a condition on these 2 issues being resolved.
That's right.
Give it, give staff.
That's right.
The time, then I would
To find the resolution.
And then if for some reason or another, we can't come to an agreement, then we call the bond and we get the Stacker Drive and the sidewalk's completed because that's still there. And that just becomes tomorrow's problem. But from your perspective.
But that still doesn't fix Jeff's issue that he brought up and what you just pointed out.
I don't understand how it doesn't fix Jeff's. We're just saying it's not, that, right.
You guys follow through with this.
That's
Okay.
thing right there. We've had another things of misunderstanding about what.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, it has to be part of our, it cannot leave there without a financial guarantee or some other resolution. It cannot include it from us.
I'm not trying to complicate. I'm trying to simplify. Just to be clear. But I'm trying to thread the needle, unfortunately, that we have in front of us.
So just from a practical perspective, if I'm sitting here and wanting to be done with block 6, and wanting to leave my options up with block 9, and how we design it, what we do with it, who does it, all that kind of stuff. We don't have a way to, I guess we do. We don't have a way to finish that 100 feet in a way that's guaranteed to be usable down the road, literally. Right. And so, but we can complete it now while we're mowed I don't think asphalt's gonna get cheaper in 5 years, 10 years. I was hoping.
Straight over.
Yeah, this is, but, so my point is, we can build that and be in compliance. And when that gets done, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, that's most likely gonna have to get ripped up because of whatever design the bridge gets, it's gonna be ripped up and it's never gonna get used. So again, going back to prudent use of resources, the other flip side of the idea that I aggregate a different piece of ground to that, that's a substantial cost down the road compared to finishing it now. And I'm
You're saying build out 100 feet to the design, to the law line now.
correct. What I'm saying is there's a big difference between 100 feet of road right now, which is a cost, but it's not the same as a covenant on a piece of ground that says at some point you're going to have to build this bridge and this piece of road.
No, the bridge isn't on me. The bridge is on somebody else, the next block. Yeah, but
Well, that's,
and maybe he owns it tomorrow.
Yeah, but except block 9 goes across both. It's that.
But the bridge is probably going to show up in this covenant as giving one of his property.
I can tell you for block 11 or block 9, because of the continuity restriction.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that bridge has to be built.
You just give you 100 feet of road.
Yeah, because that's what we have to do is to tell you that it's property line. And maybe it makes more sense. Maybe it makes more sense. And I'm making up numbers here, so don't quote me on this. But if it's $20,000, $15,000 to finish that road and do that, instead of doing that, put that as a deposit with the town, and you guys keep it for 5, 10 years, and own that piece of 100 feet, and contribute to the construction of that.
If Maureen and Ed haven't already shaken the room with their nod, their shakes, they hate keeping money like that.
I don't want to.
I'm trying to understand why is this a surprise that you didn't know you had to build the 100 feet? I mean,
There's no surprise, it was just a obvious spot to stop. Yeah. If I was before the design again, we would have come with a variance to stop right there.
before the extra 100.
Yeah, to get to those sketch cases and not have that.
There could be a big difference in where that road ends up based on whatever happens.
Well, sure, but you own both, so you could design it.
I'm not owning it.
Yeah.
I feel like if this was to go to a variance to the planning and zoning board, there's no way they would give you a variance to not build the whole road. That's just knowing planning and zoning. That's what I would.
I said we just go to the end. Yeah, and then somebody can tear it out and just change it. That's all we were trying to do is.
I'm not opposed to your idea, to Ed's idea of attaching it to that other piece of property, but it doesn't sound like that's what you want to do. And ultimately, I feel like that's your choice. You know, either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess my question is.
Wasted 100 feet of road that's good.
But I think what we're saying is you could build 100 feet of road, which is a use of resources, both time and money, or we could then attach it so that it gets built tomorrow by somebody else. But what I'm hearing Mr. Moyle say is like it's going to be cheaper for me to build it today than have to worry about it tomorrow.
It's definitely cheaper. It's a huge unknown to whatever happens down.
Right. I mean, because you're right, because it could be 10-foot difference, and now you'd be responsible not only for the road, but the 10-foot difference.
You can be responsible for that anyway. Like that bridge, whenever that bridge is built, whoever builds that bridge is going to be responsible for tagging it together. So to put a covenant on it, I see zero repercussion on it.
Either that or somebody's going to try and use that 100 feet of road and have a pretty horrible transition. Trying to triple cut the corners.
Yeah, they'll never get a construction drawing. Yeah, construction drawing still has to pass. So I don't see the drawback.
Okay, so covenant restriction, Abe, is going back to Maureen's point then, is like, how long does it take us to get a covenant restriction in, and how do we do that with all the...
You write it up and have it recorded with Kevin Clerk's house, probably 2 days.
But Abe, how would you handle this if I didn't own the land?
If you didn't own 11,
Yeah.
then the only chance you would have less options than what you have today. Your option would be to negotiate with number 11 and see if he's willing to do that. The option would be to build the road that you want to build right now. And yep, and they get ripped out and you waste resources. We're in the same conversation you are right now. Or there's some sort of financial guarantee. So like, I feel like because you own both lots, you're just in an advantageous position. If not, you build the whole thing and it's over with, and maybe 5 years from now, you rip the whole thing out and spend that money again. That's fine too. No sweat off my ground. But I don't want to see wasted resources.
But that's not how it's going to really work. If we build that now and the town takes it over and I sell to Bill Schnell and 10 years from now, he goes to that in, the town's going to be replacing that.
No. Bill Schnell will be replacing 100 feet for this construction ground or subdivision. The continuity of streets is required.
But what if it's impossible? He cannot connect to that road without going into a different block and constructing that road.
Then he's going to have to go into that block and extend that road. We just did with the hospital. They just put.
So if you already have that ability to do that, why build it now? Why not just build to the joint and require whoever does that down the road? You've got to build into that.
But that's exactly what we're saying.
That's the covenant restriction we're placing on the law.
It's not a covenant restriction. If I don't put a covenant restriction on that and I build that road out, and somebody else on block 11 5 years from now, and it doesn't line up, they're going to have to replace that section anyways.
But you have the choice right now. You can either extend it like it's shown on the drawing, or you can put that covenant restriction on as a compromise.
I understand that, and that's why I was saying from a practical perspective, if we put that in knowing that there's no way it's going to line up with whatever is going to ultimately extend Stacker, whoever does that, as they pointed out, is going to be obligated to go in there and fix that anyways. Why would you require that now if it's only going to sit there until it gets ripped out?
Because it's always required that the subdivision builds the road.
Well, first of all, the ordinance says so. Second of all, your plat that you have found plat which says it's to be built.
Right. And I'm planning on that. We can do that. It's just, we're trying to save a foreseeable problem in the future.
Can it be designed so that it would match up?
Not unless you knew exactly what kind of crossing you're getting into. Which comes down to financial end of it. It's an aluminum box culvert. It's essentially cheaper for the structure, but they require 2 to 3 feet cover. So you can way up.
Probably
And
not.
the way the bike path is now, it's already going to be below the curve a little bit. So if we ran the road up 2 feet, you'll have your bike path down here, up here.
Doesn't that bike path bridge take up the entire easement?
Well, that's right on the other side. So the bike path bridge ends pretty much right where our it goes to concrete. Yeah. Which that bike path bridge will have to move. That's part of
I don't understand what the difference is.
You don't have a final design for that road yet. You just run minimum grade to get it to the end of the road, but then during construction, this came up.
Again, we're not trying to shirk responsibility. I'm just saying we can move the city with 100 feet of asphalt that you have to maintain and we don't.
I'm gonna make it as easy as I can for someone that is not a construction dude. What is best for you, AKA, what would you like it to be set up as? Because like now is the time, because we have to do things either way to set next meeting up correctly. It sounds like you guys have a mode timeline on if it is the one way where you're just going to put the street in, that's going to be a wasteful thing, which we all agree we don't want to do waste. Cool. But we're giving you the option. We're once again compromising on our end to try to help get this thing over the dang finish line. And it's very, very tough for me not to curse right there. But like, because from our perspective, we have been dealing with this for 3 years. I'm not going to rehash everything. We're literally giving you the keys to what we want to do with Stacker Drive. So from our perspective, there is the question. What would you like us to do and set it up so that you can do Stacker Drive the way that you most confidently believe that it like benefits you essentially? Because I understand, I appreciate you coming at us and saying, well, this would be, silly for the town to do it this way or this way. That's fine. What is your choice? What's your option?
Can I ask one question? What if we just, again, this compromise that we've discussed, and we put Stacker Drive and the sidewalk bond, and then come back and solve the problem later?
We certainly can. So I think we have to put it in discussion for next meeting.
But my point is, we say, you're going to get this done, but there's going to be a bond that rides on it for the next year.
So you could carry a financial bond from now until forever, and we'll read
right. Well, we're just talking a year, and then in the meantime, we then come back and say, that way it's protected, it'll get done.
The last 100 feet. Huh? It's the constructability of the last 100 feet. If the last 100 feet is going to be required or not.
That's what I was trying to get to all along. So what if the motion was to remove condition 5, which is the sidewalk, from substantial completion, and the completion of the last 100 feet of Stacker Drive contingent upon, which we will know then by next meeting, contingent upon the recording of the deed restriction and covenant. Am I getting? It's not a deed restriction, just a covenant. I'm sorry. Because I just want something in the motion that's very clear to both parties what's going to happen for next week.
I think Matt's suggestion is the best thing. Matt's suggestion, I believe, was to tie.
We just kick the ball, we kick the can down the field. Sidewalk.
Interior sidewalk.
I thought they wanted an answer tonight so that.
But that answers it, so that right now he doesn't have to mow. He doesn't do it.
Are you already mowed?
Yeah, he doesn't have to build the last 100 feet. He is mowed. He's saying he wants to build it all.
Oh, he's right there. Right.
That's the guarantee to come back next week. If we don't get that covenant agreed upon and signed and done, that gives us the opportunity to come back and say, hey, you guys didn't sign the agreement that we said you were going to sign. So now we're putting it back in.
And the financial guarantee is just as good in my book.
Does that make sense, Ed? Kind of. Maybe.
Yeah, the financial guarantee that you're talking about is
it'd be part of the sidewalk.
So we'll redo it. We'll close this. We'll close the substantial completion bond as it is today, and put a new bond that has the interior sidewalks and Stacker Drive together. And then
gives us a year to solve this problem.
Then it gives us a year to figure out whether you're going to build 100 feet that goes nowhere, or we do a covenant restriction on the land. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm kicking the can down the field. Kicking it down a year.
Yeah, we were going to kick it 2 weeks. We were going to kick the can 2 weeks until this quick conversation. And Jeff piped up and said, it sounds like they're mowed and probably ready to go on the 100 feet if we say yes. So that's why you guys wanted a decision tonight. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on what we're discussing.
Just trying to get to the right answer. Sorry.
Tonight, the bond that we have in place that goes until August 20th is going to, all those other things are going to be required to be done except for the sidewalks and
the interiors and Stacker.
Yes, and Stacker past
the culvert.
Okay.
Or that's the culvert, whatever you call
it.
Is that clear?
Yep.
Clear.
The catch basin is what you call them. I got your email right in front of me, Derek.
And so then when we come back at our next meeting, we would expect either that they've put a covenant on that other property or that Stacker's finished. Is that correct?
Well, no.
Or they include it with
the new bond is just going to say we're going to get it done next year.
I just can't see why it would make sense to have to bring a paver back out next year.
That's what their point is.
We all agree with that. We don't think they should pay it because we don't know what they're going to build. I don't want them to waste the time of the asshole. I think it's stupid. I think that's what we agree.
I'm suggesting that the covenant would be placed before the next meeting. Yeah. So that then that is not even in the bond anymore.
Well, or, I mean, let's be very clear. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
Mr.
them.
Moyes' choice. Mr. Moyes might say, you know what? I'll bond it for a year and I'll decide what happens on the other side. A year from now, he's like, yeah, we're going to build it out we're going to put a box culvert there. We're going to put a bridge there and we're going to build out that road and it's going to be X, Y, and Z. Or I'm selling it. Or but kicks it down the field, right?
What happens in a year then when that bond is due and nothing's been built on Stacker? I think that's where I'm confused.
The town is left to the same choices it has today. Either pay, build it, extend the bond.
But the problem is, it's like, this is a road that goes to nowhere. Mr. Moyes has to build that road. Done. But is he building it at this elevation or that elevation? I don't know.
What the council has to protect itself from, because these conversations come up in every subdivision application that ever comes to the town of Pinedale, is who's going to build that last 100 feet of road when the developer chooses to develop. We need to make sure the answer today is not the town of Pinedale.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Person A, person B, but it's not the town of Pinedale.
It's not the town of Pinedale.
Okay, but if
that's how our subdivision code reads, and if we're protecting the integrity of our code,
But don't you already have that in the ordinance that you're
connectivity and continuity of streets is there. I can just tell you, I deal with these conversations all the time, man. And people piss and moan about 10 feet of water, 10 feet of sewer, 10 feet of street, like they have it. I need to clearly spell out that there's no question who is responsible for it.
For that 100.
And there's going to be a whole new elected council by that point. Maybe something clear to go from and says this is what has to be.
On block 9 to the north, there was an extension of road that wasn't on our property.
It is on our property. It's the top 60 feet of property.
What was the discussion we were having about that? Because it was a similar thing of why do we have to build this? It's on, maybe a discussion, but if you have connectivity requirements already, and there's an element that is required for the connectivity, because you also have block 10.
Yeah, the road you're talking about is right here.
So help me out, help me understand, if somebody were to buy block 11 and want to develop that, and I own block 10, they would have to go on and do something with block 10 to connect to the existing Stacker drive, right?
They would have to go ahead and build this bridge, and then they would have a pissing match with the town council, meeting, okay, about this last 100 feet of why didn't this developer do it? That's just how it's going. I can just tell you how the conversation.
Been there, done that. Yeah.
Can I just make the point that if you wanted to not build that last 100 feet, that would have required a variance. And for us to just bypass that here and that whole process, I don't feel good about that.
No, that's a legal job.
Please understand, I'm more than willing to build it. My concern is, if we build it in the next 30 days, the town now has a piece of road that they have to maintain that's never going to get used, and it's going to add to the cost of homeownership in the future. So
When would you like to build it?
Yes.
So I think you can announce it. But the problem is we don't have a clear plan of connectivity.
I understand that, but you're saying you're willing to build this road. So build the road or attach it to that other piece of property saying that you'll build the road then.
That's either way.
It feels like we're kind of going in circles here, and we've given you these two options that are a way to solve this. And I feel like it's.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood, because I thought we were saying we're fine building it, but it's going to be a waste. If you were saying we don't want it to be waste, how do we not make it waste? We don't have a good answer for that number.
That's what.
Yes, we do. We have to answer. You have to put the covenant on the property. That's what you got to do. You got to put the covenant on the property. Then we don't have to waste the money building the road. But then the town has a loophole to get it done when it all gets developed later. Whether you do it or Abe does it or I do it, whoever develops it, the covenant is our answer that helps us. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your two options.
Yeah.
And then we offer you the compromise we did already with that option that you can put the covenant on. If you don't put the covenant on, then you got to build the road. That's the option.
Right.
Okay. That makes sense? Does that make sense to the council?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still am wondering if it could be designed so that it is usable and not wasteful.
We'd have to decide exactly what kind of costs we want to put in there. So, and that again comes into the bike path have to be attached, how wide it has to be. Like bridge discussions are just, and bridge designs are pretty intense. Kind of design, it's not really something you crack up. I mean, we can raise the grades up to, so it's 5 feet high, and then it goes through, probably. It's kind of a unique situation, because until you have that bridge design, usually you start with finish grade of the bridge, then you drive, design the road to match. Here we're trying to do it backwards.
And nobody's designed the bridge, and I guess my question is like, who's going to be building the bridge in the future?
So when we talked about, this is why this discussion probably got tabled several years ago, was when we were talking about doing block 9, the discussion of the bridge came up.
Right.
And so then we talked about if we split block 9, we donate the part across the bridge to the town. I forget how many acres it was. If we did that, the town would share then in the development of Stacker when we did block 11. And that, because that's when it would be needed. Block 11 would then be the trigger point, because there'd be no development on block 9 east of the bridge. And so the discussion I think we're trying to have here, how do we design this and get this working? We couldn't do a year of discussion previously. So if we thought it had been complicated up until now tonight, it's going to be even harder if we talk about what bridge design are we going to do.
Which we can't do.
No, and we're not. I don't think that we are actually, I think you're mischaracterizing slightly what we're trying to convey. Because what we want to say is the sidewalks and regarding item 5 for substantial completion, we've got that done and dusted. Can we roughly agree on that? And like by next meeting, that will be done and dusted. Okay. So Stacker Drive, this issue, we're literally putting it in your court, which one you would like to do. To reiterate Councilman Loftus's options, you can finish it and it's a road to nowhere. We all agree in logical sense, seems kind of silly. Fair? The other option is there is then a covenant answer next council meeting that is taken care of that then puts it on one of those lots, correct, to make that 100 feet happen. That's how I've currently understood all the conversation. It's option A or option B, and it's your choice.
But I think, and Jason, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think your contention is I could build a $20,000 road today, or possibly a $75,000 road tomorrow.
It's a drastic unknown.
Right.
What would be?
And so if you're going to push me into it, I hear you saying I'd rather build a $20,000 road to nowhere today than be on the line for a $75,000 or $100,000 road tomorrow, because I may not own that property. Somebody else might own it. They might build a bridge that goes, this way or that way, or box culvert. I don't know what I'm getting into, right? You're looking at an unknown expense in 1 to 10 years that you don't want to be responsible for. You'd rather spend $20,000 a day and be done with it. Is that a fair assessment?
It's a constrained unknown liability, yes.
Is that kind of where the pivot is?
Yes.
Build the road. I mean, right? I mean,
and with an answer tonight of building the road, you could have that done first.
I mean, just build the road. We all know that tomorrow it's going to have to be
whatever the tomorrow is.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather put it on you as a covenant tomorrow, but it just seems like we have to get the road built. I don't know how to force somebody into making a covenant if they don't want to do a covenant.
You got to get concrete in there.
Yeah. Okay. Can we make it a fun road?
John, use the hazard.
Yeah.
That's not a bike.
Tomorrow, if somebody's got to come along and build that, and then it's going to be like, okay, we got a 10-foot difference, and we're going to be looking at it, and it's going to be, and if it's you, we're going to be like, well.
Well, that's why I was wondering. I mean, we do cash bonds all the time where we say this improvement's 20 grand right now. The town may not want to do this right now, so here's 20 grand. You guys put it in account, and 3 years from now, when the developer says,
okay, you okay with the cash bond?
We can't agree to that tonight, right? No, it's got to be on the agenda, I'm sure.
Oh, it has to be on the agenda, but could we go that direction?
You're back to yourself into.
I think so too, but I want to, yeah, okay, we're back into it.
Well, and it's going to cost us way more than 20.
Oh, I know.
When it's time to do
Maybe
it.
not
So,
numbers, I'm just.
No, I know, but if he builds a $20,000 road today, it's a town road. And in 5 years, when somebody comes along and builds whatever bridge that Eric dreams up of building, and maybe it's not even Eric, right? It could be, hey, look at that, the road aligns, or more than likely, the road's not going to align no matter what. But we're going to have to either adjust it by a foot or 10 foot. And we're going to be looking at ourselves as some sort of road improvement down the road. But I can't
but
force
we're
them
not,
necessarily.
because whoever develops that is going to be responsible for connecting it. That's their expense, not ours.
What's that?
I said, I agree, Judy's right, that's the developer's expense.
If we can understand it that way and it's understood that way, then
That's how
fine.
it always is when they come to planning. This levy is ends up with such long planning and zoning.
Yeah.
Because you do have to connect.
But it doesn't matter, let them build the road and then tomorrow whoever builds it, it's got to connect it.
Mhm.
Seems kind of crazy to me.
It seems like that's been the theme of Bloomfield ever since it started.
Oh, don't even get me started.
It's
on
too soon.
Bloomfield.
Or too late the night for that.
Ed and I have led on this property. All right, so what motion are we making?
I wrote so many things down and I have to write them down. I don't know because that's not recorded
The
right now.
substantial completion will, substantial amount of completion.
Mhm.
The existing bond will here subtract number 5 to be resolved at the next meeting.
And you're subtracting stagger because it can't be built in the next 3 days. Can it? Or can
No, you said you
it?
You have the point.
Yeah. Okay.
So the motion
Wait a
is
minute though. Do they have till the 20th or do they have till the 14th?
14.
Sorry.
Okay.
Come on, Jeff.
Yeah, he's that word.
All right, so the motion will be substantial completion has been redefined to subtract number 5 from it.
I make a motion that,
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we take out of the substantial completion number 5 to be reviewed at the next meeting.
Good enough for you, Ed? You like that motion?
Yeah.
All right. Moved by Councilor Loftus, seconded by Councilor Swafford to amend substantial completion to include the list of however many items that Abe had minus item 5, right? The interior sidewalks.
There are 8 items.
8 items. Town inspections, subtracting completion and correction of all remaining sidewalk improvements within the subdivision to be addressed by a bond at the following meeting. And I think that's it. Good? Okay, clear?
We were just talking about how we regarded this to include all the remaining items listed.
Around 51 or 52.
Yes.
Based upon the town inspection and current records, the following items remain as identified by Director of Public Works, Abe Pierce, and his email of July 17th to Mr. Moyes and team. Items 1 through 8, subtracting 5. All those in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. All right. So we got more to do.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing this done by August 14th. We're glad you're building it, just to be very clear. Thanks for building it. Yes. Yes, we're gonna table the bond
So
extension.
you need to make a motion to.
Oh, for H3. I move that we table H3 Pronghorn Crossing bond extension.
I'll second it.
Moved by Swafford, second by Loftus, to table H3 bond extension to the next meeting, August 10th. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried 5-0.
August 10th?
August 10th.
Sorry.
August
Do that.
14th.
No, August 10th is the next meeting.
Meeting.
That's the bond extension.
Sorry, I'm ready.
Oh,
You having fun, Annika?
She's like, I'm-
which one? Oh my gosh.
Come on, we're almost done now. We have like 10 minutes left.
So I was like, I want you to stay and participate in the rate discussion.
It's a fun one.
So sorry, Annika.
What page is this on now?
I wish I could be 5 minutes later. No, I wouldn't be part of it.
Oh, no.
We just,
Well, you're here for the resolution, right?
Here to beg for forgiveness, Mr. Mayor, or something. Actually, I'm here to beg for your empathy.
it's a good time.
This has just made you so frustrated. I feel like you should have lost.
You're,
No.
I think it's the wrong, I think it's the other side.
It's the other way.
Yeah.
Okay, but I, just to clarify, you're here for the resolution on the rate fees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next item on the agenda, ordinances and resolutions, item I1, resolution 2026-18. Maureen, what we got going on
What
here?
page is it?
Page 91.
It dies all the time. It just does it randomly. And I just look at the book.
Page 91.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted the actual resolution. What we
Put it
did
up
is,
on-
Oh, yes, right, this is the farmer's market, that's,
so,
It's not a farmer's market.
no, there's, it's both things.
No, there's both
What
in here.
we're doing is revisiting the rate resolution that we
Yeah.
passed a few weeks back.
My computer's like that too.
Anyway, so it's pretty simple.
Mhm.
So what we're doing is
The old
we're
days.
making a lot of progress towards improving how we're doing temporary use, farmers markets, basically events. But, it's a growing process. So what we kind of overlooked was two things in that rate resolution that we think we need to alter. We don't need to alter the code at all, in our opinion. We just need to alter the rate resolution. And that we created the ability to have temporary use permits issued for private property to hold fairs, festivals, events, et cetera, which was great. That enabled Sarah to have her boot sale and other entities to have swap meet type things on private property. But charging $100 a piece for something on private property seems excessive. And so what we're doing is suggesting that we reduce that. If it's a single one-off event, then it's only $40 to issue that. Because, we're going to send our code officer by and check that they're not expanding out into the right of way and that sort of thing. But then also for organizations that want to have a series of events throughout the summer, such as what Sarah is doing and other, the churches has approached us on something as well, is that we have just an annual permit that says, you can have, and we're going to change the parameters on the dates here as a suggestion that we just took in. But for a year, you could have up to 12 events in that, I said calendar year, but we'd like to change that to fiscal year. And that'd be $250. That makes it
So one time.
and you can have it up to 12 different times
You
on
have
the same location.
You have 16.
Okay,
The private
I
property.
have 16 on farmers market and 12 on temporary use.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on private property only, that is not touching the rate on town property because that
Yeah.
costs us a lot of money anyways.
But it is locked to one address.
It is locked to one address.
Okay.
And that we would issue no more than 2 of those annual permits in that fiscal year. So we don't have them going all over town. So let's say Sarah's the one that gets hers in first and then XYZ, club wants to pop up with something similar. They get the second one after that. There's no more of those annual permits to be issued.
I'm reading this rate resolution. They both say annual temporary use on private property. They both say $250. Top one says farmers market, swap meet, community sales, et cetera. Annual rate encompasses a maximum of 16 24-hour periods in a calendar year. You want to make the fiscal year no more than 2 annual permits total. The next one says swap meet, community sales, et cetera. Annual rate encompasses maximum 12 24.
Yes, but I copy and paste it wrong. No, that's correct. That's what we decided we would do.
But you have swap meet in both of them.
Community sailor and boat.
I'm getting so confused. I'm like, they're both of them. And
I thought the top one was farmer's market and the
so I
second
think
one
that
was
was the
corporate.
intention.
Yes.
Okay.
Swap meet.
So
I think swap meet and community sales should be struck from the first one.
Yeah, correct.
And it should only say farmer's market
Yes.
for 16 times, and then it should say swap meet community sale for 12 times
Yes, yes.
in a fiscal year.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
There's one more. There's one more. And we also talked about the power pedestal.
Oh, that's.
So the power pedestal being
I've already had it.
$50 for an individual. We've said in our park rules that if they're on town parks, the food trucks may not operate their generators because we have power pedestals. But our rate resolution says $50. The $50 is meant to be like for a fair or festival using the power pedestal. But if an individual, it's just Wednesday and me, Maggie's wants to go to 210 and she has a permit to go to 210, charging her $50 is ridiculous. So we think that we strike those on an individual level because did the research based on how much somebody pulling 50 amps, which very few of them pull 50 amps, most of them are 30. And the rate that we pay Rocky Mountain Power for 6 hour use, we're like $7 or $8.
Yeah.
So we feel like that $50 food truck fee encompasses that. But if we're going to have a fair or festival, they're there for extended hours. There's multiple vehicles there. Hit them with the $50 and not the individual ones because it just becomes.
It basically got relabeled as an event pedestal electric.
Yeah.
Pedestal.
And then the last thing is expedited processing fee that if anybody wants it done within 6 hours before, then they have to pay an extra $50.
Yep.
Okay. Quick question. In efforts of being empathetic, is $250 too much for a year?
I don't want to do the $250 ballot. I just paid $200 to do it for 2 Saturdays on private properties. We've been talking about it already, and these probably some discussion, but I feel like if you guys granted that today for like July to July,
Like July 1st to June 30th.
Yes, that's the fiscal year. Yeah.
fiscal year, so you're paying for it now, and it only expiring in December. That would be.
So, but that's what we're saying.
We're already.
But yeah, that's what we were working on.
So that's why you're going to pay an extra $50, but you get it all the way until June 30th.
Okay, but hang on. So she's already paid
200.
200.
100 for each event.
Yeah.
For events that have already
For
happened.
events that have already happened, which is, I think, a separate discussion to the one about the rate resolution right now.
So I didn't know.
Because we charged her at the currently published.
In the internet thing, you guys need to have like a big old red thing going back to that website. $100 or $50 or whatever you guys decide on for the thing, like just add to cart straight away and then let them fill out that stuff. So they know that they have to pay that.
Because we don't assess
It's a
all
little tiny
items.
We don't know until it's
Well, we're not going to deal with your current, how much you paid right now, to be clear.
But we could deal with that later.
Yes.
And I think we could be sympathetic to the fact that.
Yes.
No, but I'm just saying right now,
You'll be okay.
I don't think you're sympathetic for it because I think that it would upset so many people if they buy a property and then they have to pay so much. Like, I'm not asking for water from you guys. I'm not asking for electrical from you guys. I'm not even asking for the public bathrooms. The church is providing the bathroom. The only thing that I should really have to do is donate toilet paper to do because they have donated. I know natural gas donates so much to this community.
I know we're on a rate resolution.
Yeah.
I don't think his impact.
You're good.
Yeah.
We'll get you.
We're going to get there.
Yeah. Just let no, you're okay. Just let us knock this thing out first. Well,
We understand. We're tired.
there is not a person in this room that's not that.
I'm still awake.
Well, awake and tired.
May I have
Yeah.
a motion for resolution 2026-18?
I move.
The amendment.
With the amendment. Yeah, I was gonna get him. I move that we approve resolution 2026 fees with the amendments of the first line should delete swap meet, community sale, etc.
Yes.
And the second one is fine because that includes that. Okay.
And this calendar to fiscal.
And changing the calendar year to fiscal in both instances. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Councilman Slaughter, second by Councilman Loftus to approve resolution 2026-18 with the amendments of striking swapping community sale of first item and striking calendar year and putting fiscal year and approving all the other changes. Yes.
Just a quick question. That extra $50 for the 6 hours or whatever, what's the penalty if they just don't get a permit?
She'll give them a ticket.
And how much would that ticket? Is it cheaper to just like, oh, I didn't know I needed it until now it's 6 hours before?
Well, I don't know. The judge sets the ticket. Right. I don't know. I don't do tickets. spot them.
Well, there's a citation that goes with it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
That could be up to $700.
$50 is cheap.
I just want to make sure that it's not like, oh, we added this $50 and now, oh, I just found out, so I'm just gonna skip it.
Yeah, so I see you. Be more hassle to get a citation.
We can move in.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Councilman Wells, you have like landed from the one of our longest meetings ever. Congratulations.
We still have a lot more to go.
All right.
Off days.
Yep.
Okay. Now, this is not on the agenda.
I would say council concern or a citizen's concern, perhaps.
A revisit of a citizen concern. That while we've been going through this process of updating and making these things more user-friendly and creating our portals, et cetera, Sarah has paid 2 $100 temporary use permit fees for private property and is concerned that that was excessive and maybe we should apply those to the rest of her annual fee for this year.
Please and thank you.
You want to say?
Thank you in there.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
That's wonderful.
I'll second it and then I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. Moved and seconded, go ahead.
My question is, do we need to think about when that first payment was and have it expire 1 year from that date? Or are we going to go ahead and go through June?
It was rough. It was the third week in July anyway, so it's pretty darn close.
Good enough.
Yeah.
I'm all good with it.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And very much thank you to being patient with the previous conversation.
Fascinating, really, it is. Yes.
I'll be towards that.
We literally all.
For us too.
All right, the next item on the agenda is ordinance 742 on its second read. Thank you for coming, Sarah.
Appreciate you.
Great.
I'm pretty new to this, but I did read through it, and there was one thing that I wanted to talk about was on page 98, letter D, the minimum speed is 10 miles an hour. I think that's pretty low, honestly. I do understand that the idea is for safety, and this is much needed, and so thank you for putting it through there. I would say the maximum lawful speed on town pathways should be 20, and in other places, in places around town, it could be posted less.
Wow, I strongly disagree. 20 miles per hour going across Carmen's Bridge.
No, it could be posted less.
I think if you have a pedestrian pathway that could have dogs or older women like Pam Murdoch walking and come whipping around there, I think you're better to say just make all.
I don't know how you're. The enforcement is my concern. How are you going to call them out on 10 or 20, whatever that gets decided?
No, I know that enforcement is going to be another whole issue, which we said from the very beginning, because
it's going to be hard to get that.
It's going to be hard to get there, but I can tell you right now that everywhere I've looked, 10 is pedestrian pathway speeds for a motorized vehicle.
So are you talking about like the pathway system that we were just looking at of adopting from the county?
In theory, but you could then turn around. I would say it's better to have a posted lower speed and then have a posted speed like going up to, up to Willow Lake as the speed here is higher. That'd be the easier one, because I think you would actually have more restricted. I think you want to have the more restricted speed limit as the dominating one. Because if we forget to do it, then you have people whipping by 20.
I also want to see 45 different signs. If here's a curve and we got to slow down, and
I think if you're heading out on Willow Lake Road or even Lane, and that turns out to be our pathway, for example, then you can say post limit is 25 here or 20, right?
Well, that's not how it's written though, because it's written the maximum lawful speed shall be 10.
Unless otherwise posted.
It does?
No, we could add that.
Yeah, the first 3 words of like the first line anyway. It's not after it. Yeah.
Okay, so it could be higher if you wanted it to be.
We could make it higher if you wanted to, but I would think about it before you do it.
And it's going to take a sign to do that, which would be a cost incurred on the town.
But it's,
I mean, I get it. But
I just think like 10 is, I think most of us can run faster than 10.
I would disagree, but maybe I'm not most.
I think if you were trying to go 20 AKA the speed limit over Harmony Bridge, problem.
Or
Absolutely, yeah. Right. That's why there's other language in there that says you have to be reasonable and prudent, which is great.
And if speed limits on all roads are reasonable and prudent, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like you end up this weird, like,
I guess I just read it as like the maximum. So I'm thinking about the wide open pathway over to the elementary school and going 10 miles an hour.
yeah.
But we could post a sign that says you can go 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also like, I don't know if Michelle's going to track down a 8-year-old.
That's the trick. I mean, we enforcement, but the thing is at this point.
Oh, okay. Come on.
But at this stage, we have a law in place that the sheriffs or the municipal officer can actually enforce it. They can actually go and say, you were going over the speed limit. We got you.
Those things that go up to what, 30?
Oh, yeah. 40?
Oh, on the e-bike, yeah, you can go
Those e-bikes go up to
50.
That's what we're talking about. E-bikes here. Yeah.
Well, I know.
So
those, yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out. In the research we've done dealing with kids, the posted signs at Red Cliff say 11 miles an hour. And the reason they say 11 and not 10 is because they're noted because they're so different than other speeds that people take them into consideration.
13.
So I'll just throw that out to you.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. I think you're better to have the maximum speed unless otherwise posted at a lower speed than the higher speed.
Well, then 9 is.
It won't matter because you won't see a sign because that's the non-posted.
Oh yeah, that's
also true.
So I think 10 is fine.
But we can bump it up.
It's fine. I was reading through it and that was what I caught because you are allowing class 1 and class 2 e-bikes, which go 20 miles an hour.
Straight, seen those signs.
Yeah.
So it's just second read. You think about it.
People,
We're going to be drained tonight.
Yes, I've only got a couple things. 440-32, which is on page 98 at the bottom. No person shall operate a bicycle, electric bike, motorized assisted scooter, or other permitted device with more persons on the device than was designated or equipped to carry. The next section says this section does not prohibit the use of tandem bicycle, cargo bicycle, child seat, trailer, or similar equipment design and safety equipment for blah, blah, blah. This weekend, I saw somebody riding a bike with a baby in a backpack. And that's not specifically mentioned here. I would just propose that we put a child carrier being used as designed or something like that. Because it's not really a bike seat, but to me, I mean, if you're wearing your kid on your back or your one person,
I would agree with
anyway.
that. Yeah.
So I would suggest we change that. And then 440-35, which is just down a little further, enforcement. I would like to drop B because it says the town council may direct an initial education and warning period following adoption of this article. During such period, verbal and written warnings may be issued in lieu of citations, except where conduct creates an immediate hazard, results in injury or property damage, involves repeated violations or other blah, blah, blah. I think we should drop that because it's all immediately going to be outdated.
I agree. That was
I agree with that.
And then I would say that we combine A of that section, enforcement, which is this article may be enforced by any law enforcement officer or other person authorized by the town, that we put that with the 440-36 violations and penalties, just as a point, and when we could call that section enforcement and violations. So we would drop B and C and just have A down with 36 and call that section enforcement and violations.
And you have to rename all the other sections, but that's not.
Well, I mean, you can renumber, but that's.
Remember. Yeah.
And then effective date, I would just recommend, if you're concerned about there being the idea that we would give people some warnings, you could say, let me see.
I'll just leave it as
following an education period ending 12/31/26, if you want to have a timeline.
Effective September 1st. I mean, we're going to have a hard enough time.
I mean, we're going to give warnings anyways. I don't think it's.
Yeah, there'll be warnings first, unless somebody gets ran into and knocked over. Kind of.
Yeah, a little reasonable. So we're just going to strike A and B, or B and C, and merge it.
Add A.
35 and 36 merge. Okay. Good. Great. Is there a motion?
I move to approve ordinance 742 on second read, an ordinance of the town of Pinedale, state of Wyoming, creating Article 6 of Chapter 400 relating to bicycles, electric bicycles, motor assisted devices, and pathway use with the amendments discussed.
Second. All right. Moved by Councilman Boyce, second by Councilman Wells to approve ordinance 742 as amended on second read. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Department reports. I'm happy to
I forgot about this.
Can we?
They gave you reports for him.
I'm happy to everybody can. Is there anything significant that we need to talk about in the department reports? We're all tired and able to stay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you for updating your sections. I always appreciate that, and the red line to know which ones to pay attention to, especially.
Quick question. Are we going to, or do we have the means to now track building permits and all? I mean, is Blueberry going to be able to give us the ability to have all that building permits and things?
Track in what way? Like as
Like how many we're getting and stuff like that?
well, they won't create the report, but
We asked them for it, or last meeting.
we did. But our workaround is we can take a screenshot of everything, dump it into ChatGPT, and tell it to give us a report. So.
Okay. I'm building.
It's funny that we're going to use AI to interpret AI.
Don't get me started. Okay.
I'm building a new economic dashboard for my previous.
Same as like saying we're going to use guide for guide protest the data centers that are
higher budget, everything.
Yeah, but
Oh, this is great.
You just don't want to be, just like, I wouldn't want to just talk about this. It's just, I am getting more incomplete applications now than I've ever done. So it's a real challenge right now, teaching people these systems. And we can't, there can be something as simple as they forgot to put the state line and then it's in the compliance. And so right now, I can't change their application. If I can edit it, I can fix it. Or if, I can't do that at all. And so then when I'm issuing permits that are over half read with my little comments next to it, and it's not great. I don't like it. And so we're working on resolving that, but people are really struggling to get the applications in there. They're giving it about as little effort as they possibly can. So or it's just
a load situation.
Is this project that you are working on?
So then you send it back 3 or 4 times. It's like,
Sure.
Activity. If it is, you just might want to abstain from this one.
Isn't that what you voted on last time?
But then when they
These are tonight's bills.
it starts on like 10 o'clock. And I don't look at it for 3 or 4 days. And then I send it back.
Is there anybody else I should look for?
All right. In
Treasury.
the interest of time, thank you for your department reports.
That's the Jorgensen Treasury.
Next item on the agenda is the bills for July 27th, 2026. Councilwoman?
Oh, no. I'll just abstain from that because I think I am part of the Ardero team. So
Move to approve the bills for July 27, 2026 in the amount of $257,896.55 paid with checks 32652 through 32699.
okay.
Moved by Councilman Boyce, second by Councilman Swafford. And Yon,
My first one.
the bill for July, no, that's not mine, but I'm gonna get it done. July 27, 2026 in the amount of $257,896.55 paid with checks 32652 through 32699. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions?
Abstain.
401. All right, next item is payroll and benefits.
Move to approve payroll and benefits for July 31st, 2026.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Boyce and Swafford. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And the last and final motion.
I'll move that we adjourn.
Okay, moved and seconded by Councilwoman Boyce to adjourn at 9:10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. You want Swafford to sign these still?